never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
That's my cue, huh? Get at it, boy. Time to go to work. All right, settle in. Welcome. Good to have you with us. Welcome aboard as we get set for another 5 hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live once again this morning. That will not be the case 24 hours from now. That point in time will be set up I'll probably be snoozing, getting ready for the big kickoff Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Celebrating 50 years. Yeah, not only at the Mid-America Truck Show, but a lot of fun things going to be going on. More on that ahead. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Welcome in on your iPhone, your Android, even Alexa. TNCRadio.live. Got you with us. Hope your week's going well. Yeah, we call it Hump Day. Midweek coming on here. What are we looking at? 23rd day of March. And another action-packed night. Compliments of Mother Nature in the southeast. Boy, oh boy, if you're heading toward Louisville from down south, you're rolling through a lot of rain. If you're coming up from, let's say, the Atlanta area, not too far north of Atlanta, you'll run into the rain, heavy rain, right on up through Chattanooga to Knoxville. Rain from Nashville to Louisville, right along that entire stretch tonight. Looks like we will see, once this activity pushes off to the east overnight, I thought we were going to be in the clear. But later in the day, Wednesday, it looks like we're actually going to be in a zone for potential severe weather. That bullseye zone through much of the northern half of Kentucky, southern Ohio, Indiana, that's the entire zone that could see some stronger storms as the backside. The colder air is going to begin pushing in. Well, things going to warm up pretty decent for our Wednesday. I think we're going to be back in the 70-plus degree range. We'll give you more on our travelers' weather. Let's take a look back. 24 hours ago, we were following numerous tornadoes in eastern portions of Texas, southeastern Texas, northeastern Texas, eventually swinging into Arkansas, Louisiana. As the night progressed, the tornadic activity did drop off, still seeing a lot of strong storms. Of course, as the sun came up and we saw some daytime heating in advance of that line of storms, more tornadic activity breaking out. Louisiana, Alabama, and other states, Mississippi, several tornadoes. One of the biggest, one of the largest tornadoes this past evening, just a few hours ago, in New Orleans. Now, I'm not sure exactly where we would find Rambler at this hour, but that's been his run recently, the new run, heading into New Orleans. So the line of storms is now well east of New Orleans. We are actually have seen some tornado warnings coming in there in southeastern portions, or southwestern, I should say. Yeah, Alabama. The latest was for Baldwin County. That's still in effect. It will expire here in fairly short order. But take you back to New Orleans, a tornado ripping through New Orleans this past evening. Significant damage to the city's lower 9th Ward neighborhood. The New Orleans Fire Department has requested, quote, a major EMS response following the tornado. Reports of injuries and entrapments. The damage was said to be significant in parts of the lower 9th Ward and the nearby suburb of Arabi. The Fox 8 New Orleans affiliate report from the area showing immense structural damage, overturned cars, downed power lines. The tornado was first confirmed by the New Orleans branch of the National Weather Service about 7:35 Central Time. So again, just a few hours ago. And the National Weather Service did finally give the all-clear notice to the residents, stating the tornado-associated storm has moved off to the east. So they did still see some additional showers, but the rains have ended there. Tornadoes continued wreaking havoc on the southern states. Another twister confirmed, this time in Alabama, a little after 6 o'clock Central Time. Tornado on the ground indicated by radar in a small town of Etowah, Alabama. That's the western Alabama, putting Alabama on the list of tornado-afflicted states in recent days. They join Mississippi, Texas, Oklahoma, heading roughly 70 miles south down the western border of Alabama, Choctaw County, reporting storm damage. Yeah, there was an earlier storm in the county that led to what one resident called total devastation in the town of Lisman. We've had a total of 11 tornadoes confirmed in Texas. I think that actually jumped up to National Weather Service here a few hours ago, confirming 16 tornadoes had touched down in Texas, including what was an EF3 tornado in Jacksboro. I'll break down some of these reports. Let's see, we started with the National Weather Service was actually out on the ground surveying some of the damage of the tornadoes that ripped through Texas there on Monday evening. Deadly tornado that impacted the Sherwood Shores community in northern Grayson County. That's north of Dallas. That was an EF2 twister. Winds of 130 miles per hour. A 73-year-old woman killed and at least 11 injuries there. Yeah, that same tornado continued on up into Oklahoma. An hour earlier, Tuesday, the National Weather Service Fort Worth survey team stated that the significant tornado that ripped through Jacksboro, Texas, was categorized as an EF3 twister. Maximum winds 150 miles per hour. Extensive damage to the local high school and other buildings there. The Houston Galveston storm survey teams have so far confirmed several EF2 tornadoes. In Montague County, 3 tornadoes confirmed there. 2 in Bowie and 1 in Nocona. They were all EF1 tornadoes, winds 95 to 110 miles per hour. You had a tornado in Decatur, Texas, River Oaks, and northwest Fort Worth, Tarrant County. Bell County, southwest of Waco, was confirmed, given a rating of EF1. So again, as the day progressed, not as many tornadoes. As I look at the breakdown, we've had about 3-4 tornado warnings issued in the past 3 hours. Now, earlier in the evening, going back three hours plus, the tornado warnings just continued one after another all day. On over into the state of Mississippi, officials have already confirmed 2 touchdowns there. Tuesday afternoon, first a little after 3 o'clock, a radar-confirmed tornado in the city of West Point, Mississippi. There was a follow-up tornado reported roughly 100 miles south, about 4:15 Central Time. Meteorologists with WTOK television confirmed a tornado via radar in Lauderdale County. Video captioned from a resident in that county showing storms pounding rain into the area along with the sound of the winds, the thunder. The National Weather Service in Jackson, as well as several storm reports, indicate that likely tornadoes touched down in several Mississippi locations. Holmes Community College in Goodman had a roof ripped off. No injuries reported there. Mobile homes found in the town of Edwards, as well as the city of Damascus. That's all activity in just the past handful of hours. They told us this was going to be a multi-day event, and indeed it continues. So what are we looking forward to as we head into midweek? The risk of severe storms today may be short-lived compared to what we've seen Monday and Tuesday. The atmospheric energy producing the dangerous conditions will begin to wane, begin to depart. Thunderstorms will pass over Mississippi and Alabama overnight tonight. They'll be ongoing there Wednesday morning, probably weakening as the morning progresses. The most likely time for thunderstorms with torrential rains, gusty winds, and vivid lightning in the Atlanta metro area. It's going to be coming up early this morning. In part of the southeast, some folks, you still have to be prepared for disruptive to possibly dangerous conditions, including strong winds, hail, and flash flooding. Cannot rule out an isolated tornado or two. In addition to the southeastern states, there are growing concerns about a secondary area of severe weather later today. That's the one that's going to be in our zone. And even for our folks that are headed into the Louisville area, severe thunderstorms are forecast to fire up Wednesday afternoon across a significant portion of the Ohio Valley. There's going to be a wide swath from eastern Indiana down into Kentucky, over into West Virginia, and even southwestern Pennsylvania at risk for storms that produce damaging winds, torrential rain, and an isolated tornado or two. Now, here, according to AccuWeather, residents of some of our major metropolitan areas, there's Louisville, Kentucky, from Cincinnati to Columbus, Ohio, eastward to Pittsburgh, will all have to keep an eye to the sky for rapidly changing conditions later Wednesday afternoon into the evening. And there's the possibility of another spike in severe weather along parts of the Atlantic coast Thursday. If that storm forms along the cold front that may slow and stall over the southeastern states, forecasters say at this time, locally damaging winds, brief heavy downpours appear to be the main threat, with any stronger storm that roars to life by the time we get into Thursday. At the very least, showers and thunderstorms will stretch from the eastern portions of North Carolina down into portions of Florida there on Thursday. So as I said, I was just by looking at the radar, I thought, well, hey, things are looking pretty good. All this rain activity is going to push to the east of our zone from Cincinnati to Columbus down into Louisville during the overnight hours. But it's the backside, the wraparound effect, which will be ushering in some colder air where we do at this hour. This evening, we see the backside of the storm is bringing rain from all the way up into central portions of Wisconsin. Just to the east of St. Paul, Minnesota, southern half of Wisconsin, you've got rain, some embedded heavy rain. Northern Wisconsin, you're in the wintry mix, believe it or not. That's the colder air wrapping around. So winter weather advisories, there are actually still a few winter storm warnings in northern portions of that state. From there, you've got more shower activity from Madison, Wisconsin, back toward Des Moines, Iowa. Still seeing some rain. Things should begin pushing off to the east of Des Moines. Further to the south, Kansas City down to Wichita, Kansas, still seeing some light to moderate shower activity. But the heaviest rains extending through western Kentucky, right through the heart of Tennessee, down into the northwest corner of Georgia. Again, here in the next few hours, Atlanta, we'll see some heavy rains moving in and some thunderstorms. Let's see, the severe weather watches. Let me punch over here where we do still have some tornado watches. About the southern half of Alabama, western portions of the Florida Panhandle will continue to have tornado watches continuing for the next several hours. See if we got, okay, this is from the Weather Service office in Mobile, Alabama. I guess this one just came out. They've renewed that tornado warning for Baldwin County there in southwestern Alabama. Here about 5 minutes ago, a tornado-producing storm located over Summerdale or near Robertsdale, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So this is one of those confirmed tornadoes, as a matter of fact. Radar-confirmed tornado, a damaging tornado. Right about now, this tornadic cell would be near Robertsdale. Again, southwestern Alabama. National Weather Service says a tornado is on the ground. Take cover. Move to a basement or interior room if you're hearing the sirens there. Right along the Gulf Coast there, southwestern Alabama. A tornado on the ground. So we'll keep an eye on things, obviously, through the overnight hours. Western half of the country, hey, it's a good night for trailer trucking. Boy, you're hard-pressed to find anything on the radar out west. Maybe a light snow shower there in parts of New Mexico tonight, right around Santa Fe. You may see a few flakes flying, but it's not going to be enough to warrant any sort of advisories, or I don't think you'll see any road condition issues there. So great to have you with us as we get set to roll southward later this morning. I suppose the anticipation for myself and the Princess will roll out fairly early. 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, maybe, heading down to Louisville. We should have a smooth drive, just going to have to keep an eye to the sky later on in the afternoon as those storms are going to begin to fire up. All right, what do you got here? Hey, Mike, there's Horse Feathers out of the box. What day is it? Heavy D, hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down, be safe. It's a little cooler tonight. There's Philly Dan. Good morning, drivers. I hope Big Ed's doing better. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Copy the mail. There's Chevy Guy, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion. Bull hauler on board. Got 49 degrees, some rain in southwest Missouri. I'm watching the show on my custom 52-inch Vizio. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss home compound this evening. Hello, Timothy. Roy's on board. Captain Ron, there he is, checking in. Rough start. Rough start to your hump day. Tire trouble. But we've got 72 degrees rolling through Wildwood, Florida. Yes, indeed. Let's roll. Hello to Pappy. 67 degrees in southwest Ohio, Hamilton County. A little bit of light rain. T-1 day and counting. Everybody hammer down out there. Be safe, except Big Ed. Don't hammer down. Don't even walk. Just park it, Ed. Be safe. 007 checking in from Wilmington, Illinois at the Petro Stopping Center tonight. Morning to Joe. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. 48 degrees in Winchester, Virginia tonight. I'm looking forward to meeting some of the cartoon characters there at the Mid-America Truck Show. Everybody stay safe. There's Steven checking in from California. Legendary Big Moose. T-36 hours and counting till the really big show. Keep it betwixt the spotted and the solid. And we'll be 10-10 at Louisville. All right. Looking forward to actually getting to meet Big Moose face-to-face for the first time. Hello to Dean. Start your engines. All right. Let's see. Fill up fuel, 300 gallons, $1,500 for fuel. Wow. Morning, Mr. Q. Got to love those fuel prices. Let's go, Brandon, right? Thanks, Joe. Zorro checking in. Saw the video of that guy that was actually driving down. I'm not sure what interstate that was in Texas, but the guy that drove through that tornado better be glad he was in a Chevy. If he was in a Ford, he'd be in the hospital. That was just, incredibly, literally something right out of the movie Twister. The tornado, you caught on video crossing the interstate. You see the red pickup truck as it comes into view with the tornado, the rain-wrapped tornado. The truck's on its side, literally spinning around on the interstate, finally comes down on all four wheels. Dude just, I guess, puts it in gear and moves on down the highway. Off we go. Morning to the Shadow Artist, 65 degrees here in Brooksville, Kentucky. And watching the weather. A lot of fun in the Dixie States. I'm glad I'm not in the middle of that. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and our fellow listeners. Got clear for now, 61 degrees in Radford, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up there. Hello to Terry this morning. Pendleton, Oregon, 55 degrees. Headed toward Laredo, Texas from Vancouver, British Columbia. Down with Trudeau, he says. Hey, Terry, I got your email last evening during the show, which he had highlighted, sad day for Canada. I wasn't really understanding what that was all about, but through this past evening, I was able to delve into it and figure out what's going on. Trudeau is looking to hold on to power in Canada rather than the election coming up in 2 years. He's probably going to be 4 years. We'll explain how that happens. That's why Terry from Canada was saying, sad day in Canada. Hello to the Eskimo Mom. Howdy from central Indiana, playing in the rain on my way to our indie store. We've got 50 degrees right now. Bart Simpson says, hey to all. Just love this show. God bless Hot Shot Secrets and our host with the golden voice, Steve Sommers. The golden voice, really? Yeah, who was it that had the golden microphone? That was Rush, wasn't it? The golden microphone. Or was that Imus? No, I can't remember. Anyway, 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Wednesday hump day, getting ready for the big show in Louisville. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so look at the radar there in the deep south. Mississippi, Alabama, right along the Gulf Coast where this, the line of storms streaming in from the Gulf of Mexico. That confirmed tornado on the ground in southwest Alabama. Mobile's in that zone. You saw one round of heavy thunderstorms. There's another feisty line of storms headed your direction there in Mobile. Yeah, that line is now just past east of Gulfport, Mississippi. But again, all the moisture that's streaming in out from over the Gulf of Mexico there, those are those lines of storms that are going to be progressing through Pensacola, Florida here in the next several hours on over into Crestview, maybe as far east as Panama City. By the time we probably wrap things up later this morning, about 4.5 hours from now, but all right, just be aware. We did hear from the Rambler. All right, he did check in. Hello, Rambler, checking in from the Big Easy, New Orleans. Lots of damage on the east bank of the city. You'd have to get on I-510 south to see any of it, but prayers for everyone in these multiple states affected by the tornadoes. All right, glad you're okay there. And things have, weather-wise, things have cleared out in your area, but the damage has already been done. All right, hello to Colton, young Colton on spring break this week. Been checking in each evening. Mike, what day is it? Hi, Steve, everybody out there. Let's see, there's the Michigan Man. Hope everyone has a safe night. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to make it to Louisville for the show, but everybody have fun. My iRacing season on Monday nights in the super late models came to a halt as I got suspended for 90 days for retaliation. I mean, this is virtual racing, Michigan Madman, come on. He said, shish kebab happens. All right. There's Crazy Ray, another Michigan listener. West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. You noticed? He said, Steve, you clean up well. The cut looks great. Yeah, I got my ears lowered, as they call it this past day. Have to look presentable for our friends there in Louisville. Hello to Gail this morning. There's John, overnight crew. Welcome in. Just arrived in Grand Rapids. We've got gusty winds, 39 chilly degrees. Really getting blown around up here. Stay safe and God bless. There's Kenneth in Lower Slower, Delaware. Big Ed is on board. All right, good to have you, Big Ed. Hope you're feeling better there. All right, there's Norman checking in from North Central Kansas, checking in from the home 20 tonight. All right, no load of scrap for you to move tonight. Good to have you on board, some of our listening friends. Latest numbers got the prices at the pump. All right, so they dropped a bit this past week. Not surprising. I don't guess you'd call it a dramatic drop. You know, like the increases we saw as the prices jumped, what was it, 70 cents in 1 week's time after the invasion of Russia, another 30, 40 cents the week after that. So gradually, we're going to kind of nickel and dime it down. But prices did drop for the first time since January, according to the Energy Information Report. The national average, again, for diesel is now at $5.13 per gallon. That's down from $5.25 a week ago. That leaves our national average $1.94 higher than it was this time of year, so nearly $2 a gallon more per gallon. A 17-cent drop in the Central Atlantic region was the largest price drop this week. There were 4 other regions that saw prices down 10 cents or more. Nationally, the lowest average price is in the Rocky Mountain region at $4.88 per gallon. Of course, while California, as always, home to the highest price in the nation, averaging $6.21 per gallon. And numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Get to your calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. First, a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
U.S. wages may be going up, but so is the price of everything else. Lance Pry reports.
U.S. wages are increasing, but not nearly enough to keep up with the soaring costs of gasoline and rent. According to a new analysis by the Urban Institute, by January, rents in the average metropolitan area had increased 15% over the prior year. Hourly wages only rose about 5% over that same time frame.
From Washington, House Democrats have put forth multiple proposals which would send direct payments to Americans to help offset high gas prices. The plans are similar to the COVID-19 stimulus checks. The national daily average of gasoline has been more than $4 per gallon for 2 weeks. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has tested positive for COVID-19 and will not travel with President Biden to Europe. This is USA Radio News.
Did you know most vitamin supplements don't even come from food? Even the products with colorful fruits and vegetables adorning the labels are seldom derived from produce. Typically, supplements are synthetic, made in a laboratory. Modern science may synthetically imitate these chemicals, but your body isn't fooled. It knows the difference, and it craves quality materials to build, repair, and fight illness. You need to consume fruits and vegetables daily in a variety of colors, as well as whole grains and other fresh food. That's why I formulated Balance of Nature. I wanted to be able to give my patients a natural alternative to the cheap, unnatural chemistry by giving them real fruits and vegetables. In fact, the only ingredients inside of Balance of Nature are whole fruits and vegetables. Don't settle for imitation nutrition. Reach for the good stuff, the real stuff.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get to your calls here in just a moment. Daniel checks in this morning. Got 40 degrees over here by Forsyth, Montana tonight. Checking in out west. Big sky country. All right, good to have you with us there, Daniel. Yes, Michigan Man also said, confirming what John was saying. Very, very gusty winds there in Michigan tonight. Raymond checking in from Pennsylvania. Fuel prices $5.88 a gallon this past day. And there's Bidu checking in this morning. Morning to Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Who we got on a hump day morning here? I believe, is that Joe or John? Who we got?
Try the Jolly Green Giant.
Jolly Green.
Hey,
Well,
good morning to Good morning to all the cartoon characters. Now, I got some bad news about the Mid-American Truck Show.
No.
The Steve Sommers Rockettes will not be performing Yeah, so Gilligan, Fly Rod, Captain Ron, and Chevy Guy cannot perform on Saturday. Now, I was in touch with the famous Chip and Dales, but they can't make it on Saturday. So instead, I do have a substitute Looney Tune cartoon dance squad that will be dancing. The head dancer will be the Big Moose, the Horse Feathers, Monkey Gouger, and Texas Hillbilly will be
Tex.
performing.
Oh boy!
They will be wearing grass skirts and will be doing private table dancing.
Oh wow!
For $50. Now it wasn't easy getting these guys to agree to this, but when they realized that the money was going to a good homeless Looney Tune character, they realized they definitely agreed to perform. Now, not only will you be meeting the Big Moose for the first time, you will be meeting the Jolly Green Giant and the Sex Maniac for the first time.
How about that?
So you better get ready because I guarantee you it will be a good show there on Saturday morning. We will be there. And not only that, the Jolly Green's wife will be coming with us. And she's looking forward to meet you, too. So there you go.
All right. All the cartoon characters. You say, hail, hail, the gang's all here.
Amen. Looking forward to it. I'm taking off Friday night, and we are make sure that I am well rested. Sex Maniac is on vacation this week, and I have already communicated with him, and Sex Maniac is going. So we will be leaving the Queen City at 6 o'clock Saturday morning to be down there at the front door to be in there first thing at 9 o'clock.
All right.
So we're looking forward to seeing you, Steve. So either way, I will be listening tonight. So just want to let you know I'm looking forward to those Looney Tune cartoon dancers. So that should be a good show. So I want everybody to make sure that you're there to see these dancers, okay? Everybody have a good night.
That's what you call real entertainment, right? I got an email from Cookie this past day. I had to think about it for a moment. Cookie, she actually gave us a call, I think, last week. She was one of our first-time callers. And she was hoping to make it down to meet the princess there at the show. And what I had to think about was, I remember getting emails, and it finally clicked in. Cookie is the one that had emailed us several times over the past year. And she was up during the late night hours, unable to sleep, as she was caring for her ailing husband, who was basically dying of cancer. He did finally pass away a few months ago, but she's the one that had thanked us on a number of occasions for helping her to at least have something to listen into and some live entertainment through the overnight hours as she went through that horrible process, watching things go downhill. Hope you're doing well, Cookie, but she emailed me this past day. She said, I'm sorry to let you know I won't be able to make it to Louisville. I was so looking forward to shaking your hand and meeting the princess. I will catch the podcast, though, thankfully. I was sure hoping to run into my favorite callers at your booth. I had budgeted for a Hot Shot Secret t-shirt. Sorry, Knucklebuster. I actually wear my t-shirts pretty baggy. But any chance of having a Hot Shot Secret fan club get-together in your area this summer or this fall, maybe? Well, that's something to think about. Anyway, she says, I'm fighting raging allergies, I think. It may be a head or chest cold, but I feel absolutely terrible. I just don't think I'm up to dealing with the crowds and walking 1 million square feet of boldness. So maybe I'll be able to attend next year, but everybody have a great time. Achoo. Little sneeze from Cookie. All right. Well, thank you for listening, Cookie. Sorry we won't get to meet you in person, but We'll all be there with you on the radio, all right? A couple of other tidbits. Let me start with the update this past day from our friends at OOIDA. While the organizers at the Mid-America are going to be celebrating 50 years this year, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association looking ahead to our own 50th anniversary. And while you're at Louisville, you can maybe help us with our plans. OOIDA celebrates 50 years next year, 2023. Founded in 1973 amid the turmoil that included the Arab oil embargo, the association's founding members, which included the late Jim Johnston, former OOIDA president, traveled to Washington, D.C. to present the problems of the trucking industry to lawmakers at the time. Fuel availability at that point was on the top of the list. So as part of the build-up to our 50th anniversary, we'd like to hear from members about why you're part of the organization, why it's important to you. So if you're going to be in Louisville, stop by the main OOIDA booth and let someone there know you'd like to make a testimonial. We'll be in booth number 11128, 11128. You'll find that in the center of the back of the North Wing. Then, of course, OOIDA's tour trailer, Spirit of the American Trucker, will also be out there at the PKY Truck Championship Custom Show Trucks Lot J, behind the West Wing. Of course, we've been mentioning it's going to hold a town hall event, 1 till 2 in the afternoon there Friday. Room C is in Charlie 108. That's going to serve as an open forum, kind of a question and answer session with Todd Spencer, Executive Vice President Louis Pugh, and some lobbyists from our Washington, D.C. office. All right, more from Louisville. Here we go. The show floor is enormous, they say. There's actually an exhibitor list that's available for the show. You can pull that up on the website, truckingshow.com. A series of free educational sessions will be taking place. The Pro Talks stage is in the East Hall, and the Pro Talks Theater is in the South Wing, B104. Some of the presentation topics will include growing your company, artificial intelligence dash cams, shop management. There's a session on tire retreading, wheel end assembly tips, metrics for shop management. The value of veteran drivers, and even a session on negotiation tips, and so much more. The opening celebration is going to be taking place 6 o'clock in the evening there, Thursday evening, in the South Lobby. They're going to be raising funds for the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund. That's going to be kind of like the opening celebration for the 50th anniversary celebration. There's going to be live musical entertainment, beers and bites, as they call it. $1 beers, bites, I guess it's like little hors d'oeuvres or something will be available. They've actually got something called the Matt's Beer Garden that will be running from 3 to 5 p.m. Thursday and Friday, then 2 to 3 p.m. on Saturday in the Pavilion area. Of course, you've got the Friday evening concert with country music artist Clay Walker, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be in Freedom Hall. That will be a free event, by the way. Free tickets available. You'll have to go over to the DAT Freight and Analytics booth to get your free tickets. Tickets are available for the Saturday tractor pools. That's going to be the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals Championship pulling event, also taking place in Freedom Hall. I mentioned it's going to be fascinating to see how you're going to go from a country music concert, big stage, all the lights on Friday night, transitioning, preparing for a truck and tractor pull event, which will actually be, I was thinking it was a little later. The show ends at 4 p.m. on Saturday. It's a shorter day, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday. And the tractor pulls start at 5 p.m. So literally right after the show wraps up, Just be able to make your way on over to Freedom Hall for the truck and tractor pulls. That, by the way, is not a free event. It's $25 a ticket, pretty much across the board. All seats priced the same at $25. All right, so some of the highlights coming our way as we prepare for the Mid-America Truck Show. We will return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, keeping an eye on southwestern and now south central Alabama. Here in the past, 30 minutes ago, we had the radar confirmed tornado that was on the ground as it came ashore off the Gulf of Mexico down. Now, latest from Mobile, Alabama, that particular cell continues to move northeast about 40 miles per hour, still depicting that signature of rotation, which has prompted tornado warnings for Monroe County, East Central Clark County, and Wilcox County. Those are south central and southwest Alabama, those three counties. It's the same cell. It's not a confirmed on-the-ground tornado, but again, they're still seeing the rotation being indicated there. So that's our latest tornado warning. That particular storm moving to Vredenburg about 12:25 a.m. Central Time, which that's like a little over 30 minutes from now. So where are we talking about? Right now, about 11 miles northwest of Frisco City. For you're familiar with that area, heads up if you're out there. Be ready to take cover. Meanwhile, back to the calls we go. I could I presume he's probably, I'm sorry, she's been painting her fingernails and her toes, getting all dolled up and prettied up for the big show starting there on Thursday. Well, good morning, Pinky.
Hi, Steve. Steve, I'm not going to be able to make it to the truck show.
Oh, boy.
I was looking forward to...
What a relief. We're really going to miss you. We're going to miss you, Pinky. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, I was looking forward to getting all those dimes from that Knuckle Buster was talking about. I was going to have my Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirt with the headlights on. But, well... I guess that ain't gonna happen.
Maybe next time.
And I am a dime. That's a 10 if you're not up on your urban slang. But I was looking forward to that beauty show.
You're the one that
I don't
Willie.
even have any tan lines.
You're the one Willie Nelson wrote that song about. I came home at 2 with the 10 with the 2 or whatever the hell that song was.
That's right. I was talking to the Diamondback Denny, and we've got a special deal for you. We've got this resort just outside of Louisville, and they've got this. It's got a big old lake that's got these paddle boats that they look like them pink birds in Florida. What are they?
Flamingos.
Oh, you've been there already. This place, Steve, is so fine, you can just pay for it by the hour.
Oh, really? Oh.
It comes with a special order, complimentary order of your very own bowl of popcorn cicadas right out of that cicada cookbook. What do you think of that?
That's fascinating, Pinky. But again, well, we're all just pretty much relieved, saddened that you're not going to be there. But well, you have a great Wednesday. I'm not going to say. Would you say hump day to Pinky? He'd take that wrong. Our number 844-844-3388. What was that? Came home at, last night I got home at 2 with a 10, but at 10 I woke up with a 2. That was it. Willie Nelson. All right, who we got here? They're Ramblers Offspring checking in. Hello, Donovan. It's Little Rambler checking in from Mobile, Alabama, where it's stormy. Yep, you're in that zone where the pretty feisty storms moving through there. Okay, John says, how much are the tickets for this dance show at the Overnight Drive booth? Well, seeing as it's a fundraiser, I think they'll just be taking donations. If you're up to making a donation, feel free. We'll leave a little tip jar on the table there. Let's see here. Rick, got your message there from Kimberly and Rick. Looks like we'll see you there on Friday. Okay, got to be coming down. We'll be there in the North Wing this year. Rather than in the lobby where we've been for the last, I don't know how many years, Rick. You're all familiar with that. Actually be like back in the heart of the North Wing. Booth number 16067 is where you'll find us there. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Mr. Steve. How we doing tonight? I know I'm doing better.
Okay, well, that was going to be the first question. You feeling better? That's good.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling real good. I mean, still got all that bruising and stuff, what have you, but I'm following the doctor's orders and taking my meds and taking it easy, ain't putting no pressure, bending over, blowing my nose, even though I'd love to blow it. Mm-hmm. I don't want to put pressure up behind that eye.
Right.
So, but everything looking good. I'm feeling fine. I'm thinking, God, man, I ought to just drive on over there, but I better not. It's sure making me sick because I can't. And that's why I called. Now you're doing a live broadcast?
Yes, sir. Yep. We'll actually be live during the day, noon to 5 Thursday, noon to 5 Friday, 10 to 3 Saturday. You'll be able to catch it. Just like if you listen on your smartphone, just click on. You'll get the notification. Overnight Drive is live. Then they're going to replay those live shows during the day back from midnight to 5, where we would normally be on.
Well, hey, I'm going to listen to you live, and that's great. And it's noon to 5 Thursday and Friday, and 10 to 3 Saturday.
Yep.
So you're going to be there all 3 days.
Yes, and I'll be working all 3 days. This is going to be a first. Yeah, first for me there in Louisville. Yeah.
Boy, it sounds like you have got. About what time are you going to be at the booth every day?
Well, obviously, I'll have to get there Well, a little bit before we have to go showtime, but I figure maybe 11 o'clock maybe.
Well, no, the main reason I'm asking that, Steve, because in the past, you just for the people that might want to come by and see you, because, majority of them are going to be wanting to see you. And how many times in the past that people say, "Where's Steve? Where's Steve?" Well, hell, I don't know. Still asleep at the hotel, I guess.
See, now, that's what's going to be different this year. I mean, in the past, I would record, I'd work on Thursday, so I'd be at the booth pretty much, right there at the booth or right out the door smoking a cigarette. Then come Friday and Saturday, I'd show up, I'd be at the booth for 30 minutes, and I'd start wandering around the show, and people would come by and say, "Where's Steve? Where's Steve?" Oh, he's out there somewhere, but I'll pretty much be confined to the booth pretty much all day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, well, to not make an old thing, what I'm saying, look bad, you did burn the midnight oil when you were doing back when you was at that worthless company. So, and it begins with a W, worthless. But anyway, I just kind of figured things are going to be lined out different for you, and just for the folks that probably won't really get a chance to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
But, give them an idea about what time you're going to be there. Not that I'm your boss, and I mean, what business is mine, because I'm not going to be there. But I know Mr. Moose is going to be there.
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing. So anyway, I happened to wake up about 3 o'clock this morning and thought, well, I'll just kick Steve's show on. And then I heard that worthless, no good, egg sucking, whatever, the fly rod, I happen to personally know that him and Pinky are closet lovers.
Yeah, he said something
that's
about
firsthand, truthful knowledge.
What do you call you? You ain't nothing but a chicken farmer or something?
Yeah, stinking chicken farmer. I heard every word of it. Then he refers to Moose as Goose. If I was Moose, then he's not even coming to the show.
Yeah,
he ought to be glad, because I'm sure
he can talk. He can talk big on the radio, and then he can, of course, making fun of Big Ed and the Big Moose, and all of a sudden he's like, "Well, I'm not going to be able to be." He won't do it to your face, will he?
No, and he kind of fired me up. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, punk. Listen, punk, I'd show up over there unannounced. How would you like that? Then he says he ain't going. So he saved his own bacon. I guarantee you he saved his bacon. Because, Steve, I'd have borrowed Horse Feather's brass knuckles, and I'd have used them on him. So, Fly Rod, bite me. I ain't supposed to be laughing. But anyway, Steve, dang it, I'm sorry. Trust me, I'd love to just get in my pickup and come, but my eye and everything's doing too good, and I don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to set
back.
Don't
want a chance.
Yep.
So
follow the
doctor's
orders.
But I do love you. I love the show. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
We'll just have to wait for the next opportunity. I'm sure we'll just take this opportunity to get your polish out and shine up that silver knife, because it'll be in my back somewhere soon, I'm sure. Steve, one of these days I'll get over and see you, man. Maybe I can come to Secret Bunker, There you go.
And so, hey, buddy, everybody be safe, and I do thank y'all for the prayers, because they do work. Thanks, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
Good to hear from you. We'll miss you there in Louisville. Yeah, he's notorious for plunging that silver-plated knife in my back. And we'll be back. News update time. All right, got lines available. Brain Dead, hang in there. Got you coming up next. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
U.S. wages may be going up, but so is the price of everything else. Lance Pry reports.
U.S. wages are increasing, but not nearly enough to keep up with the soaring costs of gasoline and rent. According to a new analysis by the Urban Institute, by January, rents in the average metropolitan area had increased 15% over the prior year. Hourly wages only rose about 5% over that same time frame.
From Washington, House Democrats have put forth multiple proposals which would send direct payments to Americans to help offset high gas prices. The The plans are similar to the COVID-19 stimulus checks. The national daily average of gasoline has been more than $4 per gallon for 2 weeks. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has tested positive for COVID-19 and will not travel with President Biden to Europe. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
Former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin said she would consider replacing Alaska Representative Don Young in the U.S. House. Young died on Friday at the age of 88 and is set to lie in state in the Capitol on March 29th. The former VP candidate spoke to Newsmax.
Think of those huge shoes that are to be filled when we consider Don Young's longevity and his passion, his love, his fighting spirit for our wonderful state of Alaska and for the nation as a whole. If I were asked to serve in the House and take his place, I would be humbled and honored, and I would.
President Joe Biden's pick for U.S. Supreme Court testified for the second day on Capitol Hill Tuesday. Ketanji Brown Jackson defended her sentencing of child porn offenders when some lawmakers accused her of being weak.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
And grocery workers across Southern California are casting ballots, which moves them one step closer to authorizing a strike. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
GM has issued more recalls.
Over 740,000 General Motors SUVs are being recalled due to a headlight issue. The GMC Terrain vehicles made between 2010 and 2017 have headlight beams that can be too bright and cause glare for oncoming drivers. The NHTSA saying reflections on the headlight housing are to blame for the brightness. GM had asked all regulators to avoid a recall but were denied. Owners should begin to receive recall notices in late April. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In other automotive news, Toyota will idle production at its southwestern Indiana assembly plant for 5 days in April because of supply chain disruptions. On those days, the 7,200-member Princeton workforce can report for work for other tasks, use a paid time off day, or take unpaid time. The parents of an accused school shooter in Michigan have been assigned 2 independent attorneys. James and Jennifer Crumbley returned to court on Tuesday. Each is charged with 4 counts of manslaughter in the Oxford High School shooting, which killed 4 students and injured several more. Prosecutors say the Crumbleys purchased the gun for their son a few days before the shooting and did not keep the gun in a secure and locked area. The Crumbleys are due back in court on April 5th. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Trying to get the breakdown. Let's see here. Latest out of New Orleans. After a deadly tornado ripped through several hours ago. Let's see. Here we go. Tornado hit parts of New Orleans and surrounding areas Tuesday night, blamed for at least one death, prompting search and rescue teams to deploy. Spawned by the storm system that had caused at least one reported death and widespread damage in Oklahoma and Texas on Monday. Forecasters expect the system to continue causing severe weather, on into midweek today, Wednesday. But according to the National Weather Service in New Orleans, a large tornado touched down Tuesday evening. Within an hour, the tornado and the storm had already moved east out of the city. City officials reporting power outages, downed power lines, photos showing debris in the city's lower 9th Ward, which borders St. Bernard Parish. Officials there reporting more severe damage. Southwest of New Orleans, St. Bernard Parish Sheriff held a news conference saying one person confirmed dead, multiple others injured in that suburb. Photos from the New Orleans Fire Department showing crumpled cars, roofs torn off the foundations, leveled houses. The department said they are assisting the St. Bernard Parish Fire Department. A rabbi, Louisiana, in St. Bernard Parish suffered significant damage, with the New Orleans Fire Department requesting a major EMS response amid reports of injuries and entrapments. All right, the Louisiana Office of State Fire Marshal has sent staff to a rabbi and other affected areas to conduct search and rescue operations, which I'd assume some of that's probably going on at this hour, because that touchdown was a little before, I believe, 7 o'clock Central, so not that long ago. Reggie Ford was nearby when the tornado struck. He drove away from the area only to return once it passed to offer help to those in need. So far, he said, the streets are eerily quiet, just filled with fresh devastation from the twister. I saw downed power lines. I saw a church completely destroyed. 3 other businesses completely destroyed. There's 8 blocks of houses missing their roofs. Meanwhile, to the west of the city, the Jefferson Parish Department of Fire Services reported no major structural damage there. The governor said state agencies are helping to assess the storm's impact. Our prayers are with you in southeast Louisiana tonight. Of course, we've had 50 million people under the threat of severe weather between yesterday and continuing through the day today. Today, of course, Wednesday, the risk of storms is going to shift further east, bringing the potential for tornadoes to areas from northern Florida to eastern Virginia. Weakened storms are going to probably reach the Atlanta area sometime this morning. There's going to be a lessening severe threat, but flooding concerns will obviously continue through the day today. All right. Morning to Braden Dead. How we been?
I've been getting my voice back, Steve. It's been coming and going, but you did say Rambert's okay down there in New Orleans, right?
Correct. Yes, he's fine.
I'm so glad to hear that, because I was sitting there at the yard this evening waiting to go in, and I heard the blurb come across about the tornadoes in New Orleans, and I couldn't believe it at first till I read the story, and he was the first person that came to my mind, other than a couple other people I know down there. I have to check up on them in the morning because they're daytime people. But no, what I called you about, Steve, is did you get the email I sent you on the story from ESPN today?
Yes, I did. How about that? I thought they would come to their senses and, eliminate that whole mandate, but nope.
Well, here's the thing, Steve. How many states now still have a mask mandate, or are enforcing somewhat of a mask mandate? Because there's none that really come to my mind at the moment.
Nope. Best of my knowledge, they've been rescinded about everywhere. I'm not aware of anyone anywhere that still has the mask mandate.
And see, the Knicks are so stupid. They're paying Kyrie Irving, I don't know how many millions of dollars a year. I lost touch on that trade deal because the 76ers, if I remember right, traded him to the Nets because of the whole forced vaccine mandate. I'm surprised the Knicks, the Mets, or the Yankees haven't gone to the mayor and said, look, we're looking to move our franchise out of this whole city, and unless you do something else, because it's crazy that the Mets, I think, were fixed to be bought up by, was it J-Lo and A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, Jennifer Lopez. They were putting, like $2 billion into the franchise or something, or they were looking to, excuse me, they were looking to add to the ownership group or something. That's something to pay attention to, because those sports teams, they pay big money to be in there, and they're a big draw. So imagine what would happen in New York if the Yankees decide to move across the river to New Jersey.
You think that could happen?
Yeah, I really do. I mean, these owners, I don't know if you remember here, it was about 2-3 years ago, I could be wrong, but Mike Trout signed a 13-year, $425 million deal. And if I remember the story right, they asked the owner, how can he pay that kind of money? He said that the owner of the Angels said point blank, well, just off the TV rights deal, I make $1 billion a year. Mike Trout makes like $30 million, $35 million a year. That's just a drop in the bucket when you're making $1 billion plus a year. And that don't include anything else as far as like ticket sales or merchandising or anything like that. Because he even sells the rights to the MLB network.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy. But like I said, all one of those teams have to do is say, hey, we're moving. What are you going to do about it? And I guarantee you, I was talking to Dingbat about this too, I guarantee you that mayor will lift the mandates in a heartbeat. But speaking of that, I hope Cookie gets to feeling better. As though you can tell my voice is coming and going.
Mm-hmm.
So over the weekend, poor old Dingbat woke up. She said, I ain't feeling too good. I said, what do you mean? She said, I'm just not feeling right. I said, well, obviously you looked in the mirror too early. But what do you mean by not feeling right? She goes, well, I'm just congested and coughing and achy. I said, what are you meaning? She goes, I think I got a head cold. I said, what do you mean you got a head cold? She said, well, I put my palm to my forehead and it feels cold. Bye, Steve.
Oh, boy. Okay, thank you much there. Have a good morning. What he's talking about, the email he sent was, it's about the sporting teams in New York. They've got this vaccine mandate thing. The question had been in recent weeks, will unvaccinated players actually be allowed to play? When Major League Baseball begins their season, you got the Yankees, you got the Mets, you got the Brooklyn Nets, the New York Knicks, all these teams. I honestly, based on the way things have been going, right? Yeah, coupled with the fact that, all these people that are fully vaccinated and fully boosted are still coming down with COVID. What was the latest yesterday? Lo and behold, Hillary Clinton. Hillary testing positive for COVID this past day. I've got mild cold symptoms. I'm feeling fine, she says. I'm just grateful, more grateful than ever for the protection of the vaccines. She followed that up with the tweet that Bill had tested negative. He's feeling fine. Now, here just a few days ago, it was Kamala Harris's husband, the vice president's husband, who tested positive, fully vaccinated and boosted. Yesterday, lo and behold, Jen Psaki, White House press secretary, little red circle-back girl, fully vaccinated, fully boosted, testing positive for COVID. She will not be accompanying the president on his trip to Europe this week. What difference does it make? All right, New York's mayor, that brings me to the rest of the story here. New York's mayor reiterating, while he's optimistic about the continued decreasing numbers of COVID cases, the professional sports teams, you're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait your turn as far as a potential vaccination mandate rollback is concerned. He's not budging. I know we're going to take some complaints, he says. But when this is all said and done, people are going to realize this is a thoughtful administration, and we got it right. So baseball, basketball, businesses, all those things are going to have to wait. We're not lifting the vaccine mandate. Now, the layer that they're talking about, that layer, that's the Brooklyn Nets, the Knicks, the Yankees, the Mets, all waiting for the rollback of the private employer mandate for vaccination, which does not allow employees to work in the office, or in this case, players, to play for their teams if they're not vaccinated. Most players are. There's a handful. The Nets star guard, Kyrie Irving, who's not vaccinated, and has made it abundantly clear he's not going to take the shot. He will not be able to play in any games in New York City this season. The mayor said, we're going to do it the right way. We're going to follow the science. Mayor, the science that has been changing every single day. You're not following the science. All right, what do you say? For Adams, that means he'll continue to listen to his medical team, and he does not sound like he's going to be swayed by any of these professional teams that might be impacted. Yankees home opener is April 7th. The NBA play-in tournament starts April 12th. The Mets home opener is April 15th. When he was asked about, what about these sports teams? Are you going to feel the heat from the professional teams? He said, no, I'm not going to feel any pressure. I'm going to do what's right. We're going to slowly peel back the layer by layer. And each layer is going to peel back. When are you going to end the vaccine mandate is the question they're all asking. But in New York, not at this moment. So I don't know. I think they said there was a couple players on the Yankees. There's maybe a couple players on the Mets. They didn't name who those players are. But, of course, the question, well, what if it's some of the big star players? You're not going to let them play? It's going to have an impact on games, undoubtedly. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So you say, well, what's the point, Steve? What are you trying to say? The mayor, the mayor there in New York, he's doing the right thing. He's just trying to keep everybody safe. No, he's not doing the right thing. He's not doing a damn thing by implementing keeping the mandate in place. I mean, you've got all these Hillary Clinton, vice president's husband, all these fully vaccinated, fully boosted people, just again proving the scientific fact that the vaccine or the booster does not prevent anyone from coming down with or spreading COVID. So if all the other players on the team are vaccinated, what do they care? Those fully vaccinated players can and will ultimately begin passing COVID around amongst the teams. It's going to happen. What difference does it make if you've got a couple of players that want to make a personal choice and don't want to get the vaccine? The only thing that would be different is they might get a little sicker than the players that are vaccinated. It makes not one damn bit of difference as far as anyone being able to contract or spread the COVID. That's the point. It does not make a difference. Scientific fact. All right, 26 past the hour. Have you been spoiled by some of these warmer temperatures as of late? Don't let your guard down. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but believe it or not, we're officially into spring. We're going to be talking here in the coming days about something called the Polar Vortex. Remember that? That's supposed to be dead in the middle of winter kind of things, the Polar Vortex. Forecasters say changes in the weather pattern and the Polar Vortex are about to direct frequent waves of chilly air into the lower 48 for the rest of March and into early April. Snow may occur on several occasions. Temperatures have been well above average in many areas in recent days. March the 14th through the 21st, Monday to Monday, the longest string of above normal weather in the past 3 months, especially there in the Northeast. Now, many days you saw 40s and 50s in the northern tier, 60s and 70s in the central Appalachians, the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, highs typically would be mid-30s in that northern tier and more like mid-50s. Forecasters say the upcoming pattern is going to usher more notable temperature fluctuations, more chilly days versus mild days as we head into the beginning of April. Thanks to a developing atmospheric traffic jam near Greenland, the jet stream is about to get some sizable buckles. And, of course, the jet stream marks where the cold lines versus the milder air on the southern tier. It says we're probably going to be in some parts of the Midwest and the northern plains. We're going to be breaking out the snow shovels on more than one occasion in the coming weeks. All right, part of the Polar Vortex may break off and take up residence over southeastern Canada and the northeastern U.S. coming up later this weekend and through much of next week. It's going to fluctuate in strength while it sits there, but as a result, cold air may kind of move in and out of the region. A few days may have highs in the 30s. Areas like over around Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, around the St. Lawrence Valley that borders Canada. Highs mainly in the 40s at lower elevations along the coast of New England, the upper mid-Atlantic. You throw in breezy conditions, and it's going to feel more like temperatures in the 20s or even teens at times for late this weekend and much of next week. There's the possibility just enough cold air may be around during that period to allow episodes of snow showers or even a period or two of accumulating wet snow over the interior Northeast. They could reach all the way down to some of the coastal areas of New England and the upper mid-Atlantic. Maybe especially there in the northeastern tier, don't pack away the shovel just yet, they're saying. Our number, 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break and back to your calls here on a Wednesday, Hump Day. What day is it? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Rough terrain and rainfall are hampering the search for clues into why a China Eastern plane fell from the sky and crashed into a wooded mountainside, presumably killing all 132 people on board. Searchers using hand tools and sniffer dogs were combing the large debris field for the black boxes containing flight data and cockpit voice recorders. Investigators say it's too early to speculate on the cause of the crash. A tornado tore through parts of New Orleans and nearby areas, ripping down power lines and scattering debris in a part of the city that had been heavily damaged by Hurricane Katrina. Officials confirmed one person is dead and several others injured. Other tornadoes spawned by the same storm system hit parts of Texas and Oklahoma, killing one person and causing multiple injuries and widespread damage. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, there are a number of drivers that were stuck for hours and hours. A 9-vehicle pileup involving several semis and autos. Backups that left drivers literally stranded overnight in Louisiana Tuesday. This was eastbound I-10, about a mile from the LA 3000 exit. All unfolded about 1:30 in the morning. According to the report, the crash shut down traffic on the I-10 east at I-49 and on I-10 East at LA Highway 3000, forcing traffic to a standstill for 7 hours. When the roadway did finally reopen about 8:30 this past morning, responding troopers had to go from stopped car to wake up drivers that had fallen asleep while waiting in their cars. Cars were being diverted along a detour from I-49 northbound to U.S. Highway 90 East while crews were clearing that wreck. At this point, not clear what caused the pileup. No serious injuries reported there. And back to the phones here on a Wednesday morning. What do you say, horse feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. I guess we're supposed to start this day out by saying, oh, it's your last day of the week in Cincinnati.
It is.
Huh. So is it? So is it really? Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Yeah, technically, yeah, because I gotta work Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, it's I guess it's hump day.
Oh wow, hey, that's right. We got to make you. We got to make you work on Saturday this week. How'd that happen?
Oh,
I thought you didn't work Saturday.
Big Sexy should be proud.
Oh, I tell you what, he's probably just frothing at the mouth right now, hearing that you got to work on Saturday. So he might even stay up and not be delivering them birdcage liners there to go without sleep to go out and do that there just to hear you live on the air Saturday during the day. I don't know. We'll have to see how that works out.
So you got your
you were talking about
got your bags all packed. You're ready to go. Did you get your boarding pass all figured out?
No, the boarding pass is this morning. I got to do that at, I don't know, like 9 o'clock this morning, I think. So yeah, I can't do that for another few hours here. But as far as everything else goes, hell no. He's kidding me. We're in this procrastination club. Do you think I'd have anything ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not anywhere. I haven't even gotten started yet. So, but anyways, hey, you were talking about how the fuel prices were down there in the Mid-Atlantic and that. And I know Maryland and what'd you say the other one was? Tennessee or something that had the fuel tax holiday for the state taxes.
Right.
So we dropped off a pretty decent chunk of change there for on the state side of the taxes there. But they already jacked the prices up 6 cents from what they went down to with that tax holiday. The other day here they jacked another 6 cents on it there, so they're working on getting it back up. So pretty quick it'll be back up to where it was before. So where's that money going? Are the oil prices going up that are causing the prices at the pump to go up now, or or is things going down? I don't know. We were watching the COVID deal there. Every day on the TV, they were telling us how many people were in the hospital and how many people were dying and how many people were getting it. And every day, we had to have the numbers updated. Well, where's all the oil numbers? How come they're not updating all the oil numbers? This is pretty important news, isn't it? Where these oil prices are up $100 a barrel or more.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it? You'd think that the news coverage would have to be the lead story every day of what the oil prices are and where they're going, and haven't seen a thing the last week or so. Haven't seen a thing about oil on TV. So anyways, I don't know. The wife was saying something the other day there about these electric cars. They need a material called cobalt. Have you ever heard about cobalt being used in these electric cars?
Not really.
Supposedly cobalt is pretty much controlled by the Chinese. If you want to get the mineral cobalt, it's pretty well controlled by the Chinese. Didn't know. And you were talking there about the fertilizers and that, and the potash that comes out of the Ukraine and Russia, and apparently they've got that, so that those prices are up, and I guess the fertilizer prices are pretty well up. So there's there's a lot of this chicken manure that's being moved around here. The chicken houses are busy this year, shipping all the chicken manure out to all the farmers. All the farmers are trying to rush to see who can get the most. Who's going to be the king of the chicken manure pile here by the looks of it, because I tell you what, these farmers are getting it stockpiled all over, coming off the eastern shore and the chicken houses up here in south central Pennsylvania there. They got chicken manure trucks hauling all over the place. So if you get something going down the road and you think it might just be dirt or something like that in front of you, yeah, you just be careful in case he spills his load there. You don't want to be any part near that stuff. Whew. Boy, does that stuff smell. You can't get rid of that smell out of your clothes at all. So anyways, but so any word from Louisville down there, how the booze are coming? Any more updates, pictures, or anything saying everything's coming together, ready to go, ready to rock and roll?
I don't think I got any updated photos. I haven't really checked, to be honest with you. I needed to check on that.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know Kyle and Josh had updated you there anymore on your booth there, how it's coming along. I mean, we're going to have flashing neon signs and arrows and banners all the way to the ceiling to point down to where Steve Sommers is, and have, great big live on air sign or something.
Yeah,
so everybody knows it.
I don't know if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, you may notice there's something missing behind me tonight, and that would be my on the air sign. That's going to be heading to Louisville this morning.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, you're taking a big monitor down then, are you?
No, not the big monitor, just the light that hanging behind the curtain, in front of the curtains, the on-the-air neon light.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not watching there, so I didn't remember if that was the big monitor. But all right, well, it sounds good then. So you and the princess are starting to get things organized and packed up, or are you in the same procrastination club I am and gonna be all hands on deck this morning to get everything, trying to remember everything, and you'll be 45 minutes down the road and say, damn it, I forgot that. Do we go back?
Just the opposite.
Or do we do without it?
Just the opposite. The Subaru is packed, fresh oil changed. It's ready to pull out. I think we're gonna get the grandson, gonna get Rowan on, gonna get him to school, and I guess we'll head out about, I'm thinking about 9:30ish, something like that this morning. So.
All right. So you're not even going to get a nap in to head down there.
Well, I figure once I get down there, we'll go over, and Josh is going to be there getting all the equipment set up. He wants to make sure everything's operational and I know what's going on. And I'll have an opportunity to sleep tomorrow, Wednesday night, because I won't have to be on Wednesday night, Thursday morning.
All right, yeah. So there's no big banquet or anything that they're get together or pre-show dinner.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Secret.
No, not that I'm familiar with. Nope.
Okay, and I had this thought, but I guess that's probably not the best thing for you. I mean, if you were going to test that equipment, maybe if you wanted to, you could have tested it in the overnight time there, and done your regular overnight show from down there, but. But then you get done with that at 5 in the morning, and then you got to be back there. Yeah. Oh, isn't that a crazy thought?
Between you and Big Sexy, you just have me working around them. Why don't I just do a 24-hour-a-day live while I'm there?
Well, there's a plan. But who needs sleep? You get plenty of sleep there when they give you that dirt nap there later, right? When you're looking up at the grass, you get plenty of time for sleep. Then we don't need to worry about sleep now.
Yeah, sleep. It's over.
Hey, I tell you what. That's right. It's overrated. I think if we talk to Chris, maybe he can exempt your hours of service. How would that work? Can we get Chris to exempt your hours of service there for the truck show? I don't know. Works for the rest of us out here.
I'm sure it does.
But anyways, nope. With that, sounds good. I don't know. They say we're supposed to get some weather in. They keep changing the numbers. The percentages keep going up, going down, going up, going down. Don't Don't know. So, I don't know. They said later on today we're supposed to get something and be here through the day on Thursday, and so we'll see. But and they keep changing the temperature forecast for Sunday. There, they had a low temperature down there in the mid to low 30s for Sunday morning for when I was supposed to get back, and 6 o'clock last night they had it up around 40, 42 degrees. So I don't know. I guess like everything else with the weather there, we'll just wait and stick our head up, roll the window down, stick our head out, and see what it's doing, and then we'll know what to expect then, right?
If it's wet, it's raining, right? If it's white, it's snowing. All right, we'll see you. See you in Louisville, horse feathers, and get a quick 2-minute time out here. And back to your calls at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, once again, hello to Terry, our Canadian friend. He was talking about a sad day for Canadians. Here's what's going on. The ruling Liberal Party and the opposition, what they call the NDP, the New Democrat Party, apparently have reached a compromise, a surprise agreement that will keep the minority government in power until 2025, according to Justin Trudeau on Tuesday. Apparently, in Canadian governments with a minority of seats in the parliament, like Trudeau has, tend to last an average of about 2 years. But this rare written agreement could permit it to go on the entire 4-year term after last year's election. What this means is, during this uncertain time, the government can function with predictability and stability, present and implement budgets, and get things done for Canadians. That's in the words of Justin Trudeau. You see, after the election 6 months ago, the new Democrat leader ruled out making any sort of deal with the Liberals. They simply said, we'll work to support Trudeau on a case-by-case basis. But on Tuesday of this week, the two parties published a list of priorities they'd agreed upon. So this is what our Canadian friends can look forward to, it looks like, for the next 4 years. It almost looks like a carbon copy of what we here in the United States are looking forward to till the year 2024 with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. You know, we've got to do so much more to address climate change. It sounds like Justin Trudeau is headed down a path to mirror Joe Biden in decimating the oil industry in Canada. Lo and behold. Yeah, looking to address climate change. That's one of his prime goals, fighting climate change, addressing a national housing shortage. So he's going to have more than 3 years to shove all this down the throats of the Canadian people. We now have a document that will be used to analyze and verify the government's actions. We will use our power to help people. Of course, you've got the one conservative leader, Candice Bergen, who's telling the people there, we've been hoodwinked, we've been deceived by Trudeau. This is nothing more than a power grab. But this will lead to the decimation of our oil and gas sector in Canada. Great news from our Canadian friends. All right, back to the calls here. What's happening with Pappy this morning? Hey there, what's going on?
Sounds like some shenanigans going on up there, Steve. Better yet, sounds like dictatorship, right?
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Just get ready to pay more at the pump for our Canadian friends. Yep.
Man, oh man. Hey, Steve, we ain't gave a big cookie out in a while. So, if you don't mind, I would like to give a big cookie out tonight to Miss Cookie.
Yeah.
For her email. Very delightful. I think she deserves a big cookie, if you don't mind. So, Miss Cookie, you get the big cookie for tonight. Steve, the communist news media is really pushing this biological, chemological attack theme, Steve. They're really pushing it, you know. So whatever they say, do a 180, you know. And what's Putin? Putin's coming out saying, hey, man, the Ukrainians are going to do this chemical attack and blame it on us. Wow. And the White House made a statement today. If there's any chemical attack, there will be severe consequences, Steve.
Severe? What's that going to be?
Yeah. Do you hear what else the White House was pumping out today, Steve?
What's that?
Talking about a possible cyber attack against the United States.
Yeah, that I did see. They're advising, who were they advising? The energy suppliers? You mentioned something about our power grid a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. You know, I mentioned three things: economic warfare, cyber warfare, and kinetic warfare. And they're touching on all three now, so things that just make you go, man, I'm telling you. Power goes out. We're hurting. Hey, Taiwan, real quick. The microchip companies in Taiwan, Steve, their stock is heading downward big time. That might tell you something, too. But hey, here's the deal with the truck show. My buddy has a dentist appointment tomorrow. So, depending on what they do, I don't know what's going to happen. If he's going to get a root canal, if they're going to pull it, or he's just getting a cavity. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, as long as his, you know, I guess he don't have a tooth pulled or maybe a major root canal. I think a root canal, he could probably suck it up. He's a tough guy. We'll still do it. I'm in, Steve. I'm in. So it's all up to my buddy here. As long as this dentist appointment, they don't go, I don't know, crazy on his jaw. We'll be down there. So what time's the doors open on Thursday? 1?
Yeah, to open to the general public 1 o'clock. There's like what they call it a VIP session from 10 till 1.
Right. But the main doors open at 1. It runs till what, 6?
1 to 6. Yep, Thursday. Then it's 10 to 6 all Friday for everybody. 9 to 3,
right.
9 to 4. 9 to 4 on Saturday.
Well, looks like I'm going to be able to make it. If I do, it's just going to be Thursday. So I'll be walking in them doors at 1 o'clock. I'll probably post something on Facebook if I'm going to definitely head down there. I think there's probably like a 90% chance
that
I'll be there. You know, I'll be sporting your overnight drive T-shirt.
There you go.
Even if it's, you know, I don't know. It doesn't matter what the temperature is, Steve. We're inside. Come on, man. You know, who cares what the temperature is? Buddy of mine, same buddy's going to be taking me down there, Steve, about a year or so, a couple years back. I actually posted it on. He found this hat. It's a tan hat. It says Pappy written on it. I was going to wear your daggone, you know, your ball cap from the show, you know, that you signed for me.
Mm-hmm.
Then I started thinking, maybe I should wear that hat he got me, man. It says Pappy on it. That way everybody, they see me, they're going to recognize it and say, hey, are you Pappy? Easy way for somebody to stop me. But, man, Steve, what are you going to, I hope they extend your commercial breaks. You follow me? How far are you from an exit?
I'm wondering the same thing, Pappy. I mean, what the hell am I gonna? I mean, in 5 minutes, I don't know how far I'm going to have to go, but I think it ain't going to be close enough to get a smoke break. Princess told me to get one of those. Give me a vape cigarette or something.
Well, don't get the vape. Get the electronic one. Don't get the vape. Maybe I'll think about it. There's a tobacco store around the corner here. I'll snatch you up electronic cigarette. They're a little bit different than the vapes.
What do they got? Is that like what do they call it? Is it what's the one that, back in the day, we had some kind of Views or Fuse or something like that?
Yeah. I had something, I think it was, when you took a toke on it, it had a little blue light on the end.
Yeah, right.
You know, and those aren't supposed to be that harmful. It's just, you know, harmful for you. You do get a little bit of tobacco. You know, there is nicotine in them. But the vapes are supposedly harder on your lungs. See, the electronic cigarettes aren't that bad. You know, I remember I took one down to a Reds game a couple years ago.
I think the one Juul. Is it called Juul? The one that exists now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And anyway, so I'm standing over by the restroom hitting this electronic cigarette. Security, hey, you can't smoke that thing. I said, dude, it's not a cigarette. No tobacco products. Get out of here, man. Because what that releases when you know, there's no smoke or anything.
Yep.
That it emits, maybe when you blow some out, but it's totally harmless to the environment. But anyway, with that said, maybe you could have a little secret bunker, like little storage compartment right behind your booth. You know, you could go check on the wiring and stock and everything. You know?
Oh boy!
All right, my man. That's all I got. Hope to see you down there. Looks like it'll happen. Looking forward. I don't know who's all going to be down there Thursday, but man, look me up. I'll probably be hanging around the booth for the most part. You know, I don't know. Is it a glass enclosure? Are we going to be able to see you talking live on the air there?
Glass enclosure?
Or are you going to be hidden from public view?
Open. It's open, Pappy. What are you talking about? It's a wide open booth.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe for security purposes.
No.
You know, who knows?
I mean, I kind of wonder about the people that have booths on either side of us, because I mean, we're going to be, making noise and talking and playing guitars and making all kind of noise all weekend long. You know, they may hate being next to us.
Man, I had some money saved up for these.
Plus, they're going to
laptops,
have all
too.
these cartoon characters hanging around. They're going to be feeling like, what? How in the hell did we get this location?
Man, there's a good chance they might kick you out of there. come Friday night, they're like, nah, you're out of here, dude. You ain't going Saturday. All right, brother. Peace. Hey, safe travels down there. Hope to see you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Pappy. And we'll return after a news update here. Lines available. Rhonda got you coming up right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
U.S. wages may be going up, but so is the price of everything else. Lance Pry reports.
U.S. wages are increasing, but not nearly enough to keep up with the soaring costs of gasoline and rent. According to a new analysis by the Urban Institute, by January, rents in the average metropolitan area had increased 15% over the prior year. Hourly wages only rose about 5% over that same time frame.
From Washington, House Democrats have put forth multiple proposals which would send direct payments to Americans to help offset high gas prices. The plans are similar to the COVID-19 stimulus checks. The national daily average of gasoline has been more than $4 per gallon for 2 weeks. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has tested positive for COVID-19 and will not travel with President Biden to Europe. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And, of course, half-price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
Former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin said she would consider replacing Alaska Representative Don Young in the U.S. House. Young died on Friday at the age of 88 and is set to lie in state in the Capitol on March 29th. The former VP candidate spoke to Newsmax.
Think of those huge shoes that are to be filled when we consider Don Young's longevity and his passion, his love, his fighting spirit for our wonderful state of Alaska and for the nation as a whole. If I were asked to serve in the House and take his place, I would be humbled and honored, and I would.
President Joe Biden's pick for U.S. Supreme Court testified for the second day on Capitol Hill Tuesday. Ketanji Brown Jackson defended her sentencing of child porn offenders when some lawmakers accused her of being weak.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
And grocery workers across Southern California are casting ballots, which moves them one step closer to authorizing a strike. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
GM has issued more recalls.
Over 740,000 General Motors SUVs are being recalled due to a headlight issue. The GMC Terrain vehicles made between 2010 and 2017 have headlight beams that can be too bright and cause glare for oncoming drivers. The NHTSA saying reflections on the headlight housing are to blame for the brightness. GM had asked all regulators to avoid a recall but were denied. Owners should begin to receive recall notices in late April. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In other automotive news, Toyota will idle production at its southwestern Indiana assembly plant for 5 days in April because of supply chain disruptions. On those days, the 7,200-member Princeton workforce can report for work for other tasks, use a paid time off day, or take unpaid time. The parents of an accused school shooter in Michigan have been assigned 2 independent attorneys. James and Jennifer Crumbley returned to court on Tuesday. Each is charged with 4 counts of manslaughter in the Oxford High School shooting, which killed 4 students and injured several more. Prosecutors say the Crumbleys purchased the gun for their son a few days before the shooting and did not keep the gun in a secure and locked area. The Crumbleys are due back in court on April 5th. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back here. Let's see. Looking at a story. Wow. Looks like Donald Trump has beat back yet another attempt to smear his character. Anybody remember the porn star Stormy Daniels? Turns out she came up on the losing end of the case. And it's going to cost her big time. In a ruling issued this past Friday, Daniels' years-long attempt to extort Trump ended with a judge ordering her to pay $300,000 to Trump in attorney fees and court costs after her bid to overturn a lower court ruling that ended her defamation case against the former president was rejected. In a decision, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit ruled the lower court's decision will stand, according to CNBC. The appeals court said it had no jurisdiction over Daniels' appeal of the attorney's fees because she missed the 30-day deadline to file her appeal of the lower court's ruling that ordered her to pay Trump's fees. The court also said that the extra $1,000 the lower court added to the total she had to pay was valid. For his part, Trump's celebrating the decision. In a statement, Trump called Daniels' lawsuit frivolous and blasted her lawyer. Remember the guy, Michael Avenatti? The disgraced lawyer. The Ninth Circuit just issued a final ruling in the Stormy Daniels' frivolous lawsuit case against me brought by her disgraced lawyer, Michael Avenatti, upholding the lower court ruling that she owes me nearly $300,000 in attorney fees, costs, and sanctions, not including appeals cost. As I have stated many times over the years, I never had an affair with Stormy Daniels, nor would I have ever wanted to. This is a total, complete victory and vindication for me, said Trump. This was a purely political stunt that never should have been started or allowed to happen. I'm pleased that my lawyers were able to bring it to a successful conclusion after the court fully rejected her appeal. Now all I have to do is wait for all the money that she owes me. P.S. The fake news probably won't report this, he said. Despite the painful loss in court, Daniels was defiant and jumped on social media to exclaim she will never pay a penny of that judgment. She'd rather go to jail. Yep, that could happen, I guess. In a few short years, Michael Avenatti, her lawyer, he's been in all kinds of his own trouble after being the media darling back in 2018. All the mainstream media had Michael Avenatti on day in and day out because he was doing what he could to smear Trump at the time. The toast of the left wing filing suits against Trump, representing Stormy Daniels. But he was indicted for trying to extort $25 million from Nike. He was accused of fraudulently taking out $4 million in loans, said to have stolen a $1.6 million court settlement that was supposed to have gone to a client. He was brought up on charges of defrauding Stormy Daniels of close to $300,000, and the hits just kept on coming. In 2020, he lost his case against the Nike fraud charges. He was sentenced to 30 months behind bars for that crime. Then in February of this year, just last month, he was convicted of the charges that he cheated Daniels out of $300,000, convicted of wire fraud, aggravated identity theft, which could carry up to 22 years in prison. Wow. I mean, all that just, pretty much goes to prove Michael Avenatti was a slimeball lawyer. And yes, it was all about the politics of trying to smear Trump, or maybe hoping Trump would try to do something to maybe settle out of court. Just a good way to make a buck, because that's what he's all about, making a buck. Good luck making that money behind bars, Avenatti. Hey, good morning, Rhonda. What's going on?
I'm on with the host. Well, there's quite a bit going on.
How was the testicle festival, first of all? How was the testicle festival?
It was. They were good while they were fresh. They were good while they were fresh. They weren't so good after I took them home and tried to warm them up on the George Foreman grill. But they were good while I was there.
Well, what did they taste like chicken? What are they like?
They tasted like deep fried bull balls and boom boom sauce.
Okay.
Because I took my own boom boom sauce. They were good. I didn't want no part of the gizzards, but the bull beans were good. And today, this trip right now is my last trip with my current company. I'll be home Thursday morning, clean out the truck Friday, take the truck back on Sunday, and be done. Start my new job the 1st of May.
Okay.
My boss thought he would be a butthead. He called me on Monday morning and says, well, just bring my truck to me today. No, I got to have time to clean it out. I don't live in Michigan. I'll bring it to you on Sunday. After I got done with him, I called the company that handles our retirement. I was already drinking, ran out of Bailey's and started putting butter pecan moonshine in my coffee.
Good boy.
This guy went to go rattle off a number, and I went, hey, one number at a time. Well, it ended up with 6 digits. Okay?
Yeah.
Before the period. So 20 years of putting into a retirement fund has helped. So, and I probably will wish I was coming to the truck show because Thursday morning I have a funeral. when I get home. Friday, clean out the truck and a COVID test for a colonoscopy on Monday. Woo-hoo.
Boy, you're on a roll.
Oh, I know. And then the first week of April, cataract surgery. On the 11th, I have the right eye scraped, or they put the lens in 3 years ago. So I'm getting all this done before I move on. So, but, times are changing. So, but we had quite the conversation the other day after you sent me that message. I would call it a laugh/cackle fest. We laughed so hard. I couldn't even hang up. We went all the way into the plant where I deliver. And I gotta go, guys. Go ahead and hang up on me. But it was fun. It was extremely fun. So, might happen again in the morning. So, after you go up there. So
there you go.
But it was just like the good old days on the CB radio,
Yeah, that's
just
what they do.
Laughing, joking. So, but yeah, the testicle festival was in the morning, and I didn't have any sleep. I got back home from there, didn't get a nap, had a reverse raffle for my alma mater, and went to that, and I think I may have had a shot and a half of apple whiskey, and that was it. The rest of the time I drank Pepsi, Diet Pepsi.
Mm-hmm.
So 9 o'clock, my battery died. There wasn't nothing going to help them. I took whatever tickets I had left, put an hour on them, slid them to my niece, and said, "Here, you watch them. I'm going to bed." I went home. I was tired. Didn't win nothing, but the money went to a good cause.
There you go.
So, and I did leave a message for my neighbor on his phone and my sister-in-law. My neighbor's a basketball coach, and my sister-in-law is part of the Athletic Boosters. And I said, next year, if I go to the reverse raffle, I want a T-shirt that says, "I am a proud Lakota Raiders athletic supporter, and I want a little bitty jockstrap on the front right pocket." Just because I would wear something like that.
Wow.
Because I wore my testicle festival, not the one I have on. I wore my testicle festival shirt to the reverse raffle with my Mardi Gras beads and had to tell the story. You've talked to me for many, many years, and you're not going to believe this for a minute. But they had one of the veterans guys from the Legion up on the stage giving beads out. And I walked over there and I said, "I want purple." And he popped his top of his shirt out, and I said, "Brother, there ain't enough liquor on that table out down there for you to look and me to show. Just give me some beads." So, because the whole liquor table was right down in front of him. But it was a good time. It was packed. It was packed.
Really? Good crowd, huh?
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. It was huge. So I hope they did really, really well. The weather was rainy and about 50, and I only wore a long sleeve shirt and a vest, and it wasn't enough. So if I do it again, it'll be on a nice day where we can at least sit outside and stay, wear warmer clothes. They had tents outside with heaters in them and everything. That if I'd have had the time, I'd have bought a drink for every one of them people working that, because it was a madhouse. So, but the food was fantastic, except the gizzards. I don't know nothing about the gizzards. I don't like gizzards. I don't care how you cook gizzards. So, got to my plate and I said, "No gizzards. Casties only, please." Just looked at me. And I was sober. Could you imagine if I was drinking?
I could only imagine.
So, but everybody be safe tonight.
All right.
We'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you for the update, and I guess enjoy that final run. Be safe and enjoy that retirement check, right? Or the savings fund. Hey there, 21 past the hour. Let's see, got a couple from the email bag. Let me flip over. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. First of all, hello to the Dipsy driver. Said, morning, Steve. I was not able to listen live last Friday morning. I always catch the replay. That was a great interview with Sarah Lee there. Waypoint Vets. I'll definitely follow in Wally's footsteps and donate the $60 I saved as a first-time caller to waypointvets.org. And I know Chris is going to match that. So I'll match an additional $60 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation that Chris and Horse Feathers have going there. I strongly support our vets, and children are the backbone of our great country. Great show, as always, from the Dipsy driver. Well, there you go, Horse Feathers. There will be another $60 donation for your Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy. And yeah, I believe Chris is going to be matching some of that as well again this year. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life, and that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an email from Horse Feathers as well. It brings up a good point. It's sharing the news about Justin Trudeau that's going to stay in power, it looks like, till 2025 there in Canada. The fact that he's, according to the Conservative Party there, he's looking to decimate the oil and gas business in Canada, pretty much, much like Joe Biden has done for us right here. He said, look at that, Your Honor. So I guess we don't need the Keystone XL pipeline after all, because Justin Trudeau's going to fix it, so there's no oil to put in it anyway. Guess we don't need it. Kind of sounds like that's the direction he's looking to go. Then, see. Got an email from Maniac there. Oh, Stumpy. Said, I'm still hanging in there. Just a quick note, checking in, getting ready for spring. The pool, the hot tub. I'm still cooking. Got 2 more freezers in the garage. I have the capacity now for a whole beef and 2 whole hogs. I'm building a pit out back for a whole hog. or 45 whole chickens, I switched from hickory to pecan for a change. We are well fed, to say the least. Hope all's well with you. And I get to play with this from time to time. It's a photograph that he sent. Yeah, Matt, one of those big tow trucks. It's a 100-ton rotator. How about that? All right, thank you. Mania, good to hear from you there. Give us a ring sometime. I thought I saw your name up on the screen one night here a few weeks ago, but you weren't able to hang in there too long. So, yeah, love to hear from you. Give us a full report, live update. Speaking of which, let's get back to the calls. And I believe, let's see, is this DJ?
Who the hell are you talking to, Steve? What's wrong with that pooter this morning?
What's going on, Hillbilly Tex? Well, of course, we know who it is after hearing the voice, but the call screener sure didn't get that.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Like to give a big shout out to a couple of people there. Two-time world champion bull hauler Lowen Wise. You need to get back on the road, boy. We need some bulls hauled. Billy the Kid, howdy to you, wherever you might be. B-Do, hello to you. Big Ed, I tell you what, I hope you're feeling better. And I wish you'd be there, but we'll raise plenty cane without you. I reckon. I'm just sitting down here waiting on my little one-armed brother trucker to pick me up, I'm so happy I can't sleep. I'm just sitting on my hands, keep from waving at everybody.
So give us an update, Tex. I know last time I spoke to Monkey Gouger, he was kind of waiting on word about, what is it, his grandson or son or whatever, who's going to be maybe doing the Blue Angels thing and whatnot, and he wasn't sure when he's going to be. Give us an update.
Yeah. Well, I talked to him yesterday evening, and I don't know what's the deal with JJ. That's his son. It's a popo down there.
Okay.
In Carolina. But, old Gouger, he gonna pick me up about 11 o'clock this morning, and we gonna head yonder way. And we'll meet up with old Big Moose and meet up with you and Princess there, and we just gonna have a big old time.
All right, so you'll be there later on today then. You'll be ready for opening day.
Oh yeah, we gonna be there with bells on. Just look for me in my hat, and you'll know me.
Yeah, I've seen a few photos of you, so I think I might be able to recognize you. Well, all right, Hillbilly Tex, looking forward to seeing you there in Louisville. Get to meet another one of our cartoon characters.
There you go, Steve. Everybody have a safe ride tonight.
And you do the same. Be safe on your way to Louisville. Okay, how about that? We'll get a news break in here, get back with some of our other listening friends checking in via YouTube, Facebook this morning, which, by the way, as we're broadcasting live, you will be able to, like you do during the overnight hours. We'll be live via the YouTube feed, the Facebook feed from our booth there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. And one quick note, if you have not yet registered, here it is, Wednesday, the final day, countdown clock. I imagine I could pull that up via overnightdriveradio.com. And I'll do that as we speak. I probably only have a few hours left to get registered for our giveaway of the Bostrom and National Seating seats that we've teamed up with them. Let's see, the one lucky listener will be able to win. Got the Bostrom Wide Ride plus Courtesy. Okay, so I'm looking here. Okay, so they're giving you through the weekend for the online contest. Countdown clock says 3 days, 11 hours, and 29 minutes to get registered. One lucky winner of the Bostrom Wide Ride plus Serta seat for those who cannot make it into Louisville. So Get on over there to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest, get registered. 2 additional seats. We'll have all these on display at our booth there. You can come by, check them out, and maybe be one of those lucky winners. We'll also have a Bostrom Pro Ride seat. Yeah, I got an email from Mike Brunetti this past morning. I've been as I was reading the breakdown, the Pro Ride truck seat. I've been calling it the Hip Row suspension, which I had no idea what the hell that was. Mike said, Steve, it's high pro, as in high profile, you big dummy. The high profile 915 air suspension, the high back air lumbar dual arm rest. That's the Pro Ride we'll be giving away. Then the National Seating Corsair seat, which is, again, a high pro 95 air suspension, dual wide armrest, Raven Wing. It's the black and gray ultra leather seat. So come on by the booth, get registered. You might be one of those lucky winners in Louisville. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Rough terrain and rainfall are hampering the search for clues into why a China Eastern plane fell from the sky and crashed into a wooded mountainside, presumably killing all 132 people on board. Searchers using hand tools and sniffer dogs were combing the large debris field for the black boxes containing flight data and cockpit voice recorders. Investigators say it's too early to speculate on the cause of the crash. A tornado tore through parts of New Orleans and nearby areas, ripping down power lines and scattering debris in a part of the city that had been heavily damaged by Hurricane Katrina. Officials confirmed 1 person is dead and several others injured. Other tornadoes spawned by the same storm system hit parts of Texas and Oklahoma, killing 1 person and causing multiple injuries and widespread damage. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, hello to who we got? The Mud Dog checking in. Hello, Steve. Good morning, my brother. Over and out from the Mud Dog over here off 24 eastbound through Kentucky. Dipsy Driver, let's see. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. 37 degrees, little rain here in mid-Michigan. Today, my wife asked me why I don't buy her flowers. I replied, I didn't know she sold flowers. Yeah. Now, what kind of response did you get from that? That's going to get you a skillet up the side of the head. Hello to Luke this morning. I work third shift and I listen to you on a regular basis. Not sure I'm going to be listening to you Wednesday night since you're not going to be in studio. But anyway, have fun in Louisville and watch out for the weather later today. Yep, no doubt about it. Kentucky Ken on board. Morning Overnight Drive crew and Steve Sommers. I had planned on going to the truck show, but this past Monday, I had to put down one of my 3 German Shepherds. Yeah, I've seen your photographs. That was a beautiful puppy. Long-time friend, right? So, of course, I left Sunday home 20 hoping to make the show. However, wouldn't be the best of company. And I think I need to be home. I'm in Tennessee now with a load to North Carolina. And I hope to be heading home after I get unloaded. So, safe travels to everyone from Kentucky Ken. Yeah, it's one of his fur babies, as he referred to it. All right, it's just sad. Yeah, what's the average lifespan? German Shepherd, like 12 years, something like that. And I mean, just seems like you just got them and they're gone. I can't believe it's my Turbo's 8 years old now. I still call him Puppy. Come on, Puppy. So, let's see. What do we got here? Richard on board from Central Florida, 68 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Dale checking in from Macon, Georgia. Rainy, 67 at this hour. Shorty suggested me getting some candy cigarettes, since I'll not be able to smoke at the truck show in the venue there. Double R checking in. All right, good morning. Double R here. Just got hope everybody's doing well out there. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. There you go. Tar Heel checking in. Statesville, North Carolina. Throwing newspapers. Wishing you good weather and good luck there at the truck show. All right, back to the calls here. Let's, speaking of Kentucky, Ken. Morning, Ken. Sorry about the loss of your fur baby there. Pretty dog, though.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a rough couple of days, and all that happened so quick, and I left early. We just had him to the daggone vet on Saturday. And
really?
I've been around. I don't know if you know that, but when I was in law enforcement for 8 years in Covington, I worked canine, and that's how I got the nickname Dog Man down there. And long story short, we noticed after he got his shot, we thought maybe it was a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
He was breathing really rough, and his daughter, who I have, Vixen, she's full of fire and vinegar. Long story short, he just wasn't breathing right, and my wife said, well, if he's not better by Monday, I'm just going to run him up there. And then they started doing more and more tests and found that tumor and all that. And it just, it breaks your daggone heart. And, so they buried him, Monday evening. And my wife's having a real tough time with it as well. So my plans changed a little bit. I left Sunday hoping I was going to be back in Louisville Thursday or Friday for sure, but it's just it's not the right time for me right now. But I look forward to meeting everybody one day, and I'm sure the show will be great. It'll be good. And I was surprised the other night. I heard you talking about you get a little few butterflies with that.
Yeah, I do.
You just don't seem that. You don't seem that way to me. You just be you. You're very well liked. You listen to people and you have great responses. So I guess it's different. Being in a studio versus being in a public forum like that. So, but you'll do great. I'm sure of it. I have no doubt. And get through that first day, and then it's like riding the bike again. So, but I hope everybody has a great time. I'm registered for that seat. So maybe I'll get real lucky on that thing. So we'll see. But no, thanks for everything you do. And thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Kentucky Ken. Again, we'll miss seeing you there in Louisville, but thanks for being a listener, part of the show, and all those years of public service out there serving and protecting. And sorry about the loss, I guess. Isn't that something? You never know. I guess it was, a cancerous tumor. He was ate up, probably. And we've all seen the video of the pickup truck that was caught in the tornado in Texas the other morning. Another video surfacing this past day. This was actually a storm chaser, out there chasing the tornadoes and whatnot. And his vehicle, he was like sitting on the side of the highway, and of all things, 18-wheeler was blown over by the storm, the tornado passing through, and actually, as it came over, the trailer slammed into his vehicle. And you can see on the dash cam the tractor trailer just sliding off in front of him. And he was kind of moaning and groaning. It sounded like, well, obviously he didn't see he didn't see it coming, had no idea what hit him, but boy, it kind of sounded like he was definitely shook up, might have been injured in that crash. All right, let's get to the Scarecrow this morning. Hey there.
Morning, Steve. I should say Kimosabi. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, we too. It's amazing how attached one comes with critters and whatnot. Our first shepherd too, she likewise had a tumor. We had to have her put down, and she was kind of halfway laying on my lap. I was on the floor of the clinic at the time, and when I felt her body go limp, man, I just totally lost it right then and there. But she's still with us. She's out in the back area. They got her collar and leash are still hanging from the cherry tree back there. Anytime she wants to go for a walk, we go out and have a chat with her. And but yeah, our pets become part of the family, Anyway, it sounds like you're going to be a pretty busy puppy here the next few days, huh?
Indeed, yes.
It's probably last spring, early summer. I don't expect you're going to remember, but I suggested that anytime you would have need for a co-host, Always Moving came to mind. She's well-versed and well-spoken and such, and kind of sound like this would be the perfect venue to introduce a co-host. And in this vein, we're not showing no bias or such way. Unlike any certain Supreme Court nominees, way we're looking for the best person for the job, right?
Absolutely.
There we go. Anyway, so we'll think about that. Given that Ed is not going to be their way, I'll bet you Moose and Tex could make room for her. They could accommodate her and their luxury limo on wheels there. Anyway, thinking about that, the big old Bostrom seat. Unfortunately, we can't make it down to the show, but when my name is drawn, Steve, when you announce that Scarecrow has won that seat, make it known right away. It's going up for open bids to all the listeners out there. What's going to happen? I mean, I got a fairly decent seat in the world's lousiest riding Freightliner the way it is, so I figure there's somebody that could better use the thing. And what will happen? Whatever the winning amount of the bids are, 50% is going to go to Horse Feathers and his charity there, and Sarah Lee is going to get the other 50%. Now, here's the challenge. If by chance I wouldn't win it, any of you other listeners out there, maybe you'd like to take up the gauntlet and match that offer. Yeah. Just a thought, Steve, just a thought. And then, okay, we know Tex is out there. I pretty think Moose is still listening. If not, I'm going to put it up to him. He's going to put some pressure on you, Steve. You're going to try to wean you off of that water, that light water juice that you're drinking there.
Yeah.
I think them boys can lead you into some true Milwaukee product that would make everybody proud there. So, but yeah, you think strong on that, because that too is a worthwhile cause.
So I can report on live from Louisville, the best of the Blatz Splats.
Well, there's no doubt that there's going to be memories made, by all you guys down there. I really wish, the more I listen to the program and participate, you kind of feel like more of a family member each week that passes and such. But it would have been, special to be able to meet up with you all. And who knows, maybe if there's a cruise sometime in the future, maybe that'd be another venue. But no, like I say, we'll get in touch with Moose after a while, and we'll come up with some strategy to work this out. In fact, Tex, who knows, he might be handing that product out, through the door there. So Moose, he's going to have a pretty significant inventory, when he leaves there today. So Other than that, I had some trucking related stuff, but I guess that's irrelevant at the moment. So we'll cut her loose, let somebody else get in before the top of the hour, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, Scarecrow. Thank you for being, again, a part of the show, chiming in. And, yeah, we'll come back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So we had the story of the 2 officers that were struck and killed, the Philadelphia police. Having a difficult time confirming. Right after we wrapped the program up yesterday morning, I came across a story from one of the Philadelphia publications. And again, I can't find that particular story again, but they were kind of describing that the woman that struck the officers, and if it be true, it's one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard. Supposedly, these 2 officers had pulled that woman over soon before this occurred. Suspicion of DUI. Now, this report said that they got a call that there was a man walking in the interstate, so they had to leave that scene, left her there, whatever. And they said they couldn't confirm if she was detained at the time or what the case was. Went down, and so they're on the interstate down the way and trying to get the guy that's walking in the highway down there to, obviously get off the road to get in their cruiser or whatever. And then here comes this woman at a high rate of speed, killing both officers and the guy that was walking in the highway. Now, I'm looking here from this report from the Philly Pen, the Pen.com. Charges that were filed this past day. 21-year-old female, Jayana Tanya Webb. Felony and misdemeanor charges, which now include, she's been charged with murder of the 3rd degree, 3 counts, homicide by vehicle while DUI, 3 counts, homicide by vehicle, 3 counts, manslaughter of a law enforcement officer in the second degree, 2 counts, involuntary manslaughter, 3 counts, recklessly endangering another person, 3 counts, driving under the influence, other violations including failing to drive at a safe speed, careless driving, reckless driving. I mean, my question, I guess, was, I was going to ask Pappy about this earlier. If you had pulled someone over like suspicion, and I don't know, they maybe hadn't even actually got out of the vehicle and had her out of her vehicle yet. I'm not sure exactly how that would unfold. If you get a call, do you leave the scene and leave that person on the side of the road or something, or do you get on the box and say, we're busy, somebody else has to take that call? It's just the oddest thing. Again, if that be true, they said they had just pulled her over for suspicion, and I'm kind of wondering, did she actually go down and intentionally strike the officers? That's what I'm kind of questioning. Would that be the murder of the third degree, 3 counts? All right, with that, we'll get our news break here just ahead. First, let me get to Gilligan this morning. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81 degrees it comes. My normal game. Yeah, Steve, when they list the charges like that, I've often wondered, they've got murder in the first degree, involuntary manslaughter, murder in the third degree, and vehicular manslaughter.
Homicide by vehicle, yeah, all those.
Yeah, it's like, how do they charge a person with 3 different crimes for each person that died in that accident? You get what I mean? That's what I've often wondered, how that works out. It just don't make much sense to me. But, it's crying shame Pinky ain't coming to the truck show. She was supposed to be one of the solo artists at the truck show. I was supposed to sing Tombstone Every Mile. Pinky was supposed to sing 18 Wheels and a Dozen Roses. Well, Jolly Green was a little weird. He was supposed to sing Puff the Magic Dragon.
Yeah.
We was going to finish up with Big Moose. If you're going to San Francisco, wear some flowers in your hair. So we've at least got 2 of them singing. I guess that'd be good for the dancers. You can get up there on top of the table in your skirt and dance with them, or what?
I don't think that's in the cards. I'm going to be too busy trying to keep things rolling on the radio program. I'll be occupied.
Oh, okay. So you'll do the table dancing after the show. Okay. Yeah, I want to see some video of that. That ought to be interesting. Yeah, I did compliment Big Ed. Messaged him on Facebook earlier. Yeah, he is looking less ugly today. But on a serious note, I am glad that he's doing better. He's giving us quite a stare. Did you see that picture I posted of Big Moose with his attire?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
I sent it to you. But, yeah, I think that's perfect. That hat, like a dandelion in his dandelion, great big dandelion in his hand. That'll look good when he's singing them old hippie songs for him. Also, I seen a post the other day. It's supposedly is real. And those of us that run Fancy Gap over here on 77 in Virginia, and know that's a pretty treacherous road. I don't know whether you saw it, but there was a truck literally laid over on the guardrail there. Not last week, but it was the week before. Did you see that? It got laid over with the winds.
Nope, didn't see that one.
All right. Well, I'll email it to you after a while. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight. I'm sure wish I could make the show, but looks like this foot's still giving me a trouble, so hopefully I get to meet you next year. Take care.
All right, get well soon, yeah. And we're up to the top of the hour, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday, counting down to the Mid-America Truck Show. We'll be back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden's pick for U.S. Supreme Court testified for the second day on Capitol Hill Tuesday. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson faced senators' questions on impartiality, sentencing patterns, defense of Guantanamo Bay detainees, abortion, and critical race theory during the hearing. The confirmation hearing continues Wednesday. Republican Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb vetoed a bill this week that would have barred transgender girls from participating in women's school sports, bucking a trend among GOP governors. In a letter to the state's House of Representatives, Holcomb said he felt the bill falls short of providing clarity on a policy for the fairness of K-12 sports in Indiana. Utah Governor Spencer Cox, also a Republican, vetoed a similar measure this week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Inflation is ballooning in the U.S., and it's impacting most everything needed to make ends meet.
U.S. wages are increasing, but not nearly enough to keep up with the soaring costs of gasoline and rent. According to a new analysis by the Urban Institute, by January, rents in the average metropolitan area had increased 15% over the prior year. Hourly wages only rose about 5% over that same time frame. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Michigan's unemployment agency hired ex-criminals to handle jobless claims. An audit report released Friday by Michigan's Auditor General found the agency gave jobs to 169 people who'd previously been convicted of misdemeanors or felonies. Michigan UIA Director Julia Dale, a Governor Gretchen Whitmer appointee, did not dispute the audit findings. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Port Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The NFL is handing out permission slips, so to speak. Reporter Tim Berg explains.
The NFL is allowing teams to look into deals with blockchain and NFT companies. After it evaluated the technology, the league saying it will allow promotional relationships without undertaking excessive regulator or brand risk. The NFL said teams and the league must proceed carefully because of evolving regulations related to the technology. Advertising for NFTs and NFT companies are not allowed to use team marks and logos.
Alaska Representative Don Young died on Friday at the age of 88. He's the longest-serving member of the 117th Congress, and he held the job for 48 years. Former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin told Newsmax she'd be honored to serve in Young's place if asked.
Oh, my goodness. Think of those huge shoes that are to be filled when we consider Don Young's longevity and his passion, his love, his fighting spirit for our wonderful state of Alaska and for the nation as a whole. grateful. If I were asked to serve in the House and take his place, I would be humbled and honored, and I would. Yeah, in a heartbeat, I would.
Representative Young will lie in state in the Capitol on March 29th. And a federal appeals court said porn star Stormy Daniels must pay former President Donald Trump nearly $300,000 in attorney's fees in her failed defamation lawsuit. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Looking forward. Big Moose getting ready to head south toward Louisville. Everybody gearing up for the big show. Never know what you might come across out there on the highways on any given day, right? Yeah, it's common. There's a deer. There's a rabbit. How about a bunch of horses? Yeah, that was the case Tuesday morning in California as a semi overturned, swerving to avoid a herd of loose horses roaming the highway there. Out of French Camp, California, according to KCRA, truck was hauling 75,000 pounds of produce on I-5 when 6 loose horses ran into the path of the oncoming truck. The driver swerving to avoid the animals struck one, but the rig then overturned, skidded down the roadside embankment, splitting open the roof of the trailer, spilling pallets of produce, cans, bottles. Truck driver uninjured in the crash. The horse that he hit was killed. A short time later, 5 other uninjured horses were spotted near the freeway, corralled back into the nearby pasture. Apparently, they found a hole in the fence that they escaped through. How about a dumbass trucker of the week nominee? Here you go. U.S. Customs and Border agents arresting a semi-truck driver for drug and firearms violations at the Ambassador Bridge in Detroit. 36-year-old truck driver hauling a load of produce during a routine outbound inspection. Officers discovered a loaded 9mm Luger, along with an additional loaded magazine in the cab. After closer inspection, officers also found a glass pipe containing a white residue and a little baggie with some white powder. The white powdery substance testing positive for methamphetamine. Not a good day for that truck driver. DA of the Week nominee. On down to the Sunshine State. Philip, what's happening this morning?
Oh, not much, bud. Just getting ready for the rain. I guess it's going to hit us this afternoon. You heard anything about it?
Yeah, could get some pretty strong storms the way things are unfolding there.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that it's going to be coming in this afternoon, and going to be from this afternoon all the way into tomorrow. It's going to get pretty rough. Hey, when you see Moose at the truck show, have him play one of those big E chords like he played up there on that song he made for you there. When I first heard that song, I thought the first thing that comes to my mind is On the Road Again, because that's that big E chord like Willie Nelson played there.
Okay.
So once you get Moose to play you On the Road Again, when you see him at the truck show, have him play you On the Road Again, because I know he can play it. He plays that big E chord and all that through that song. But not much going on down here. I mean, I know we're in the news a lot here lately. The company I work for, which I'm not going to really talk about, but it's been kind of a crazy week with those guys. But all I got to say is, when you're contracted to do a job, please don't walk out, because if you are, you might violate your contract. You might get in a little trouble. So I don't think anybody's going to walk out. But heard much about the Ukraine? Have they come over there anymore with their missiles there, Steve?
All I've heard is really the Ukrainian forces have brought pretty much all the advancement of Russian forces to a halt. Yesterday, they said Ukrainian forces have actually taken back some ground that had been taken over by the Russian forces. They're actually repelling the Russian forces in some areas.
Yeah, I know there's a reference that Putin's using that hypersonic stuff because that's all he's got left. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just think it's funny. They just put a brand new Soviet crew on the ISS within the last week. I don't know. Did you hear anything about that one?
Yeah, I mean, they had the yellow uniforms with the blue, and the first thing everybody thought was, is that some sort of a hidden signal of support for the Ukrainians, which they instantly tried to debunk that idea. But
yeah. And also, Steve, have you heard anything about Elon Musk pushing back stuff as far as his launches and whatnot? Have you heard anything about that?
That I have not. No. What are you hearing?
Well, I'm hearing that, the Axiom launch was supposed to be this month. And I hear now they've pushed it back into April, which has pushed back. There's a regular crewed launch that was supposed to be in April. It got pushed back further into April because of equipment issues and whatnot. But I heard that he pushed a bunch of stuff back. And even the Starship, they were hoping to go in April with the suborbital launch, but the orbital launch, but they pushed that back now. They're looking at May. And he's going to be using a different vehicle. He's not going to be using the one that we've been seeing stacked and proven and all that right now. They're going to use a different combination. I heard that that's all going to be changing.
Wow.
Changing things around. Yeah, he's not going to, the one that they've been stacking and using for the proving testing, everybody says, well, that's the one that's going to go orbital, but he's changed his mind, and they're waiting for it to finish production on another one. So he's not going to use, Booster 4 and Starship 20. It's going to be Starship 24 and Booster 7 that he's going to be using there, still in production. So going to be interested to see what happens. And SLS, they'll be bringing that back over to the VAB here pretty soon, as soon as they get done with their testing on it. but it's out there. Did you see that move, Steve, at all?
No, I didn't see the move itself. I just saw the still photographs. It's a pretty beautiful craft, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something to see. Thing that amazed me is that crawler that moved it. That thing's big as a baseball diamond underneath there with the pressure points that hold that. It's actually quite bigger than a baseball diamond, but that's pretty much how it hooks up onto that under a pad when they pick it up. So, but they'll be moving that back in a few days. So that's all I got today, Steve. You have a good one at Louisville. What's your time frame at Louisville, Steve, during the day?
Noon to 5, Thursday and Friday, 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. on Saturday, live.
Will we be able to call in on the number that we call in?
According to Josh, everything will be like it is. And yes, he said phone lines will be available whenever I want to take calls. So, yeah.
All right, well, I'll see what I can do. Maybe I might give you a call one of those days. We'll see how it plays out. Y'all have a safe trip and be careful going to Louisville. We'll
Thank you much. All right. Good to hear from you. Have a good morning. Yeah, somewhere there was a report as far as Russia's troops are concerned. They're having a very difficult time resupplying them. And, I mean, they're running out of food. I mean, we've been hearing that for the last week or so. I'm trying to see where I saw that report that they're saying that Russian forces have used up nearly 90% of the munitions and whatnot that they had initially amassed to cross into Ukraine, I guess under the premise that they'd just march right in, take Kyiv, and install a puppet government, and never anticipating all this intense fighting that continues to go on and the resistance that they're continuing to see. I do see they're saying the latest this morning, fierce fighting engulfs Ukraine's Mariupol, 100,000 people trapped in what they're calling a hellscape. Trapped among the ruins of the city, facing starvation, thirst, and relentless Russian bombardment. President Zelensky says as the UN sharpened demands for Moscow to end this absurd, unwinnable war. Obviously, Vladimir Putin doesn't like hearing that. Don't tell me this is unwinnable. We'll take it to the next level, which brings me to, Pappy brought it up last night on the program, this whole premise of NATO. What is the Article 5, the Charter, to attack one is to attack all, then that automatically that brings the United States into the war. Rand Paul kind of spoke out about that this past day, saying that anything that could cause us, the United States, to become involved directly has to be debated in Congress. And I quote, "The Constitution requires that it be debated in Congress. The president does not have the power to enter us into a war. Also, there's that little thing of nuclear war. We've been avoiding a direct military confrontation with Russia for over 70 years with the hopes of avoiding nuclear war. So these are not small items, things that should be very, very carefully considered. Several resolutions have been allowed to move forward," he said, but he's insisted provisions be included that prevents authorization of the use of force in Ukraine or authorization for the introduction of troops. I understand it's easy to have sympathy and have a great deal of regard for the fight that the Ukrainians are putting up, but if people want to do more than that, they're welcome to volunteer, fly over there and fight in the war if you wish. But meanwhile, hate to tell you, bad things are happening all around the world all the time. There were bad things that happened in Rwanda. There are bad things that have happened in North Korea. There's bad things happening right now in China. We do not send troops into all those conflicts. This debate about getting involved has to be very serious discussion without intemperate language and with the full realization of what war means. And he said, I hope we are prepared adequately for cyber attacks. I don't think any system is perfect, but I think we've done a great deal of protection of our system over the last few years. I hope that we're able to protect ourselves against any cyber attacks. Again, memo went out from the Pentagon this past day to, I guess, utilities, energy providers around the country, that they are detecting Russian IP addresses, scanning our systems all over the country. I guess that means looking for a way in, right? That's the way hackers work. And with that, we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, well, I got that, the message you sent me there, Gwen. A video that she shared with me of from what they call live storm chasers, that big tornado that tore through the New Orleans area this past evening. It's video of a cruise ship that almost got nailed by that tornado on the Mississippi River as it rolled through New Orleans. That's pretty impressive. I'll see if I can try to share that. But that was pretty scary. You see all the flashes, the transformers, those blue explosions on the horizon as the tornado ripped through. You could actually at one point see the well-defined tornado and the lights and the lightning strikes and all that. Let's see. Hello to Art this morning. Good morning, Stephen, the Overnight Drive Nation. I've been listening to you and your father for over 30 years combined. Stay safe out there. I go by the handle Kentucky Boy, Murray, Kentucky. Then Wally's on the line, said, "Hey, Horse Feathers, I need some info from you. You know, like 10, 20 for a donation for your trucking event." And now Wally's on what? He's on the YouTube feed there. Let's see. Eskimo Mom said, "I did text your question to Horse Feathers there, so he'll get that." I think Wally's actually online. Hang on, Big Sex. Let me get you right after Wally. Wally's down there in, where? Florida? West Palm? Is that where you're at, Wally?
Yeah, I'm still down here in West Palm, man. I ain't going anywhere. It's nice. It's about 74 degrees. I got the windows down, and I'm just sitting here watching the sky go by.
There you go. So you had a question about the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy? Is that what you were asking about?
Yeah. Is he trying to drum up money for his participation, like sponsoring?
Correct. Yes. I mean, he was one of the.
Okay,
I think he was like in the top 10 last year. I believe top 10, top 15, something like that. He wants to get higher up, and obviously, trying the more funds you raise, the further up in the convoy you get to be. The biggest fundraiser gets to be the lead truck in the convoy.
Okay. So now I really got some time here, but I need you to just give him my email address, and so he can email where his address is, and I'll send him a check. That's the best I can do, because I don't know how else to do it. I don't have any other information. All I know is it's up there in Pennsylvania somewhere.
Yeah. I mean,
and I'm down here.
trying to scroll down. I mean, I had a link on my Facebook page. Are you friends with me on Facebook? Do you know or not?
No, I don't even do that. I don't even get on Facebook. I'm not even on Facebook or nothing.
Okay,
man.
so you wouldn't be able to find the link.
Tech.
I got you. Low tech.
I may have a smartphone, but I don't have I don't have a computer.
So you want him to get you like what, a physical address so you can do the old-fashioned put a check in the mail with a stamp on it kind of thing? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I just send it to him. The check will be made out to Make-A-Wish, and
Yep.
So I mean, I ain't worried about it. I just send it to him. He can stuff it in the envelope and with the rest of his money.
I'll tell you what I can do here. I can get your phone number off the screen here. You want me to maybe share your number with Horse Feathers and let him get in contact with you?
Yeah, that's fine. All I want to know is okay, if he sends me a text message or something like that and tells me who he is, that's fine too.
Okay. All right, I got your number. Not a problem. I got your number. I'll pass that on to Horse Feathers, and I'm sure he'll tell you in advance. Thank you, because that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, well, I felt bad because I did it for the vet thing, and then Horse Feathers gets on there talking, and I was, oh man,
what?
How the hell?
Hey, you can't give to every charity. You got to pick and choose. But yeah, I mean, whatever anybody can do to help, absolutely. And Chris is gonna.
I like him. He's an all right guy, so I'll help him out.
I'll pass your number on to him. And just like Chris Gabrelchik with Hot Shot's going to be matching donations dollar for dollar, he's for the Waypoint Vets. He's matching. I can't remember the number, 2,000-3,000, something like that, for Horse Feathers for the Make-A-Wish. I think he might have bumped it up a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's 5,000 this year that Chris is going to match. So yeah. So whatever you give, it'll be doubled.
Yeah. So that's good too.
All right. Well, Wally, thank you much. And I guess just look for a text message or whatever. I'll get Horse Feathers your number there. All right, Big Sexy. All right, I told you. I'll tell you what, it's bottom of the hour. I don't have to worry about the clock that significantly for the bottom here. Let me get to Big Sexy. What's going on?
You could have held me through the bottom of the hour and then come back to me if you wanted to.
We're fine.
I can get your break in.
I can go ahead and chat with you. And, it's not like we're on a hard clock just yet. That day may come, but not yet. So.
Yeah, I've seen that video you're talking about of the cruise ship. That's on my Facebook page, but it takes you to a Twitter link to see the video. So I don't know if you don't have Twitter whether you'll be able to see it or not.
Okay.
But did you see the other one I sent you about the shot from a vessel out in the Mississippi? Of that tornado?
You sent me a bunch of photographs, and then I got the video of, let's see,
Yeah, that's shot from a vessel out on the Mississippi.
Okay. Now, was that different from the cruise ship one or no?
Yeah, it's different from the cruise ship. That's shot from a different vessel on the Mississippi.
Oh, okay.
That same tornado.
I just opened that up. Yeah, that was a big tornado. Wow.
Yeah, and I've got one. I didn't send it to you. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's on my Facebook page of from I can't remember what TV station it is down there where the woman's doing the weather. You know how they bring up the weather cams and they're following it with one of their weather cams, and it shows a big wedge-shaped tornado moving across there with another one dancing around beside it.
Wow.
So that was a pretty good size one.
So, and when everything came through, you guys, you didn't get hit too hard, right? I mean, we were talking to you last night. The rains were coming through. I guess some gusty winds, but nothing real severe hit you guys.
Oh no, we got. I think some places up here got about 3 inches of rain, but other than that, a little bit gusty winds, maybe some small tree limbs down, stuff like that. Nothing major, nothing blocking roads.
Okay.
You know, trash cans blown around, stuff like that. But
yeah,
you know, we didn't get anything major. We didn't even fall under a severe thunderstorm warning up here where I'm at during it. It was all south of us this time.
That's good.
All right, well, that's what I had for you, and I was going to ask you another question. Are you Princess going with you to Louisville?
Absolutely, yes.
Well, what are you going to do with your dog?
I got my daughter. She's going to come stay at the home 20. Beth and Rowan's going to stay at the house to take care of. And when she goes to work, I should let him out in the morning. Then my mom's going to come over to the house during the day and let him out. So he'll be right here at the home 20. He'll be okay.
I thought you might want to be taking him down there and have him in the booth with you.
It crossed my mind. They do allow dogs, and believe it or not, they do people walking around with their dogs on leashes there at the show. But I don't know how well he would do in a crowd like that. You know, he's more.
I'll try to catch some of it live. What you do live during the day, you're gonna replay in the normal 12 to 5, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So if I don't catch it live during the day, I'll catch it overnight while I'm out here driving.
And honestly, I'm not real sure how when you're on like the YouTube and the Facebook page, when that runs live, I'm not sure if they'll be able to have, it may be just, I don't know, it may just be the audio on those, unless Josh knows how to set up an actual video replay through those feeds. But the audio is going to be there for those on the Android and the iPhones and all that, or your laptops. And we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden's pick for U.S. Supreme Court testified for the second day on Capitol Hill Tuesday. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson faced senators' questions on impartiality, sentencing patterns, defense of Guantanamo Bay detainees, abortion, and critical race theory during the hearing. The confirmation hearing continues Wednesday. Republican Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb vetoed a bill this week that would have barred transgender girls from participating in women's school sports, bucking a trend among GOP governors. In a letter to the state's House of Representatives, Holcomb said he felt the bill falls short of providing clarity on a policy for the fairness of K-12 sports in Indiana. Utah Governor Spencer Cox, also a Republican, vetoed a similar measure this week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go. All right, back at it here. Our number, 844-844-3388. I guess I would have given you a heads up earlier had I known. But it started yesterday, but it continues today. So if you're going to be running out in Arizona, they've announced a major commercial vehicle safety operation. Again, that started yesterday and continues through the day today, Wednesday. According to the Arizona Department of Public Safety, the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Task Force conducting a special enforcement operation in the Ehrenberg Port of Entry area. Again, yesterday and today. According to the report, this will include I-10 from the California border to the 100-mile marker. During the operation, officers focus on commercial vehicle safety, hours of service, weight, vehicle weight, moving violations, anything else. This is the task force they formed late last year, which consists of commercial vehicle enforcement officers, Arizona Department of Transportation enforcement officers working together to streamline operations, support officer safety, and enhance commercial vehicle enforcement at Arizona's ports of entry on interstate and international borders. So, again, continuing today. So, is that Hillbilly Tex?
Yes, sir, Steve. Thank you for taking me back in again. Scarecrow, I got your challenge, Bubba. I don't think I can put one of them seats. Would I be lucky enough to win on my little golfing cart? But I'm sure Big Moose can make it work, but he'd probably strap a 454 on the back of that golfing cart with wheelie bars on it. But if I was to win one of them seats, Steve, 100% will go to the Danny Thomas Foundation. Because Big Moose put on the 25th annual New Year's Eve party this year, and we worked our butts off, and all the proceeds went to the Danny Thomas Foundation. So there you go. Highest bidder get it, and all the proceeds will go to Danny Thomas Foundation.
There you go.
And I appreciate.
All right, Hillbilly Tex. Well, all right. Listening all night. We'll be looking forward to seeing you there before you know it. Mentioned, here's the deal. The Pentagon, I guess, actually, the FBI, warning energy companies, be on the lookout for unusual scanning activity from Russian IP addresses. In the alert, the FBI posted 140 IP addresses that they've identified that have been scanning energy companies. They've confirmed 5 U.S. energy companies and at least 18 U.S. companies in other sectors, including the defense industrial base, financial services, and information technology. While other critical infrastructure sectors have noticed abnormal scanning, the focus appears to be on entities within our energy sector, says the alert. These Russian-based IP addresses are believed to be associated with cyber criminals who have already conducted destructive cyber activity against foreign critical infrastructure. This current activity of these IP addresses likely indicates the early stages of reconnaissance, scanning networks for vulnerabilities, for use in potential future intrusions, like when we step it up to the next level kind of thing. U.S. energy sector entities should examine your network traffic for these IP addresses and conduct follow-up investigations if they are found. Yeah, the scanning activity goes back as far as March of last year, but it has increased since the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the sanctions on Russia from the United States. Now, we recognize scanning activity is common on a network, but these reported IPs have been previously identified as conducting activity in conjunction with active exploitation of a foreign victim, which resulted in destruction of the victim systems. You know, they swipe your entire database, all your files, kind of things that Pappy mentioned. Well, I guess that's why it's good to have some backup, right? Hey, look at the screen there. Chubby guy.
Yeah, it's me. I'll take it. Now,
what's going on,
just thought
Chubby
I'd
guy?
throw this out since mentioning about the Russian and the Ukrainian conflict there, war. Your Ukrainian general had to backtrack and apologize and get his quote taken off of, I guess, the media. He was saying that any Russian soldier they caught in his country, they were going to castrate them. And eventually, when I guess some people explained that's part of a war crime, that'd make him a war criminal, or even mentioning that. And besides that, how are you going to get a Russian soldier to surrender? You know, I mean, if you're going to get a man to fight, that'd be motivation right there to save his future. You know. But what I called for earlier, I get up this morning, check my emails, go through there, see on Facebook. Well, my sister puts out this pro-Trump thing, and I'm reading it, and it's got a incomplete information. Fact checkers up to it again, you know. It said Trump did this. This is the true Trump, you know, and then talked about, really it went down the list telling all the good things that Trump has done. And then on the bottom it says incomplete information, find out why I hit here. So I hit here. Well, guess what that does? That took me directly to a PolitiFact donation fund. To keep the truth in the media, donate to PolitiFact, right? So apparently, last I heard, PolitiFact is actually just a hand of CNN. So I guess the company's getting so hard up for funds since they don't have anybody watching CNN anymore. I guess PolitiFact is out there using Donald Trump's name to try to bring in cash. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Other than that, you know, I was sad to hear that Jolly Green said that you know, we weren't going to do that rocket dance on your table there at the show. You know, at first I thought of wearing a skirt. I said no, but then I thought about my heritage. I'm 1/4 Scots, so you know, hey, I figured, man, kilt's a kilt. But then what I understood is they were upset at us because you know what they wear under kilts. And doing them leg kicks, you know, would probably shock the crowd. How about it?
Yeah.
So I think what had happened is Gilligan hurt his foot, so he wouldn't have to do that. You know, because truth is he didn't fall or anything. What happened? He got hurt doing that jumping leg kick, come down too hard on his foot, but. He's not as tough as the rest of us, I reckon. So, Jolly Green, you could have sent me the email first before you made it publicly known. All right, I'm gonna sit back and copy the mail. I got to go back to work here.
Some people got to work for a living. Yeah, you want a paycheck to do your job, right? About 10 before the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Almost caught up on the phones here. Once we get to horse feathers, we'll have clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor, there, and appreciate you getting me Wally's number. I'll try to get back to him here another 45 minutes or so when I get to a point I can do something. I'm not quite as coordinated as that Crisco mom is there going down the highway there. So anyway, but yeah, it sounds like you're going to have to go to auctioneering school there, Your Honor. Have you ever done any auctioneering?
I have not.
Can you handle?
I have not.
Oh, well, we're going to have to send you to that auctioneering college there. I think the auctioneering college and the clown college, aren't they like in the same building there? Be careful which room you go in, Your Honor. Don't know. You might come out being a clown instead of the auction. Maybe you're going to be an auctioneering clown. That would be interesting. Of course, I know there'd be one person that wouldn't be there for that, and that's Chevy guy, because that Chevy guy, he's petrified of clowns there. So if you know, you ever have an issue with going around and you gotta get Chevy guy to get away from you for anything there, just pull a little handheld pocket clown out of your pocket there, and he'll be all scared and run away there.
There you go.
But anyways, there, yeah. So hearing Rhonda there, I kind of forgot about that testicle tickling festival she went to there. But thinking about that, I got you covered there for your cigarette break there at the down there at the Mid-America there, because when you want to step out for that, we can just step right in with that karaoke machine, Mr. Microphone, do that, sing along old truck driver song with horse feathers there. But thinking about that testicle festival there that Rhonda went to, there's a song out there called Big Balls in Cowtown that George Strait did. And maybe Knucklebuster knows that. Maybe Knucklebuster could help us out there with that Big Balls in Cowtown there, maybe. I don't know. But didn't know if the two of them went together there at all, but anyways, and there was one other thing about your booth there at Mid-America, right? Isn't there an admission fee for everybody that comes to it there, that they all have to bring you a glass of beer to get into the booth? Isn't that what I saw something about?
That would make for an interesting show, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking by the end of the 5 hours, we're going to have a good show on our hands there. So, but yeah, one beer admission fee for everybody that comes to the booth there at Mid-America for Steve. So I guess if you could bring two, because you got two hands, and if you don't want to drink yours, I'm sure you wouldn't let a good beer go to waste, because that would be alcohol abuse, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Yes, it would.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, but anyways, hey, with that, want to appreciate Scarecrow and Wally and everybody else out there, just helping everybody they are, between the Waypoint Vets and me with Make-A-Wish, and of course you got that Battle Scar Motorsports, and I got an email from Hot Shot Seekers saying they're doing something. They got a promotion going on at I think $2 from a purchase of some item that's going towards that Battle Scarred Motorsports there.
We were talking about that the other day. I couldn't remember the name of that group. Yeah, because you were kind of asking about an update on them, and that was it. Battle Scarred Motor, because they had to change their name because they what they use? Some military branch name or something. Yeah,
something the Marine Corps wasn't real happy about there. So. But they didn't mind them using it a little bit, but they said they couldn't go on with it. Somehow or another, it reflected back to the United States Marine Corps. So, but anyway, with all that there, as I say, a big thank you to everybody, because it's all about helping somebody else, I guess, at the other end of the deal there. So we appreciate that. So
you got it.
Anyways, we'll talk to you later, and look forward to seeing you in about a day and a half or so, I guess, somewhere around there.
You got it. Thank you very much. I got that same email. That's what he was talking about. There it is. Yeah, that's another charitable organization that's supported by Hot Shot Secret. I'll have to get with Kyle about getting maybe an update from those guys, because we had them on the program here shortly after Sarah Lee, about a year ago, after her first interview. Battle Scarred Motorsports. Right now, this is the promotion they started yesterday, as a matter of fact. From March 22nd, yesterday, through the 31st, so through the end of the month, Hot Shot Secret will be donating $2 to Battle Scarred Motorsports for every bottle of Gasoline Extreme purchased online. Which, by the way, Gasoline Extreme is only available online. Not in the retailers just yet. So they said first 1,000 bottles sold, plus you save $2 per bottle. They'll make ultimately a maximum donation $2,000 toward this great charity. So, yeah, for those with the automobiles, this is not the Diesel Extreme. This is the Gasoline Extreme. Car drivers out there, this is going to clean out the fuel side of your system. Whereas the Stiction Eliminator cleans out the oil side, gets everything cleaned up. This is going to clean up all your injectors and everything be working like brand new on the fuel side. Gasoline Extreme. Go to hotshotsecret.com. And, by the way, when you place your order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll save an additional 10% off your order. I mean, just save. There you go. So that's the promotion through the end of the month for the folks at Battle Scarred Motorsports. And we've got our final hour just ahead. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. This Wednesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
An outspoken critic of Russian President Vladimir Putin will remain behind bars. Lance Pry reports.
Russian President Vladimir Putin's number one critic, Alexei Navalny, was convicted Tuesday of fraud and contempt of court and sentenced to 9 years in a maximum security prison. Alexei is already serving a prison sentence of about 2.5 years for violating parole. All this after he survived a poisoning attempt by Russian security forces in 2020.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address a special NATO summit on Thursday, according to his spokesperson. The summit, in which U.S. President Joe Biden will participate, is to discuss Russia's invasion of Ukraine, NATO countries' support for Kyiv, and the further strengthening of deterrence and defense against Russia. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson defended her record as a federal judge on Tuesday. She pushed back on Republican assertions that she would be soft on crime, particularly child porn cases, if confirmed to the high court.
Nothing could be further from the truth. For every defendant who comes before me and who suggests, as they often do, that they're just a looker, that these crimes don't really matter, they've collected these things on the internet and it's fine, I tell them about the victim statements.
Several lawmakers have challenged that as a member of a federal sentencing commission, Judge Jackson pressed for lower penalties for such defendants. On Tuesday, pockets of employees staged demonstrations at various sites nationwide, including near Orlando's Walt Disney World. LGBTQ members are criticizing Florida legislation that opponents have dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
NFL teams have been granted permission for blockchain sponsorships.
The NFL is allowing teams to look into deals with blockchain and NFT companies. After it evaluated the technology, the league saying it will allow promotional relationships without undertaking excessive regulator or brand risk. The NFL said teams and the league must proceed carefully because of evolving regulations related to the technology. Advertising for NFTs and NFT companies are not allowed to use team marks and logos. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Toyota will pause production at its southwestern Indiana assembly plant for 5 days in April because of supply chain disruptions. The Princeton plant will be idle on April 1st, 8th, 14th, 15th, and 18th. On those days, Toyota employees will have the option of reporting for work to perform various tasks at the plant, using a paid time off day or taking unpaid time. The plant has a workforce of 7,200. Actor Amanda Bynes has been released from a court conservatorship that put her life and financial decisions in her parents' control for nearly 9 years. The judge said the 35-year-old Bynes has demonstrated she's competent to handle her own affairs. And this Sunday's Academy Awards will attempt to bounce back from last year's pandemic restrictions and low ratings. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get our final hour underway here on a Wednesday morning. Mid-America Truck Show Eve, we could call it. Today, all the final preparations being made at the Expo Center there, Louisville, Kentucky. Takes a lot of effort to get all things set up in 1 million square feet of exhibition space. Truck parking. The truck parking opens up later this morning, right? Wednesday morning? Day before, then they'll close that up, I believe, at the noon hour on Sunday. Trucks got to be out Sunday midday for all those parking at the free parking Cardinal Stadium there. First, they will have shuttle buses running to and from there, starting, I believe, an hour before the show, hours each day, to an hour after the show. Otherwise, it's a pretty good walk, but we all need some exercise anyway, right? And, of course, final days, final opportunity for our friends to get registered out there. If you're not going to be able to make it to the actual show, you can still be a winner, as we've teamed up with Bostrom and National Seating. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on Contest to get registered for the Bostrom Wide Ride Certa Seat. As I mentioned earlier, I got your message yesterday there, Mike. If you're with us this morning, he may already be down in Louisville. I'm not sure. Mike Brunetti with Bostrom Seating. We'll be chatting with him during the show, getting all the very latest how things are going there. But it's the High Pro. I call it Hip Pro. Yeah, the Wide Ride Plus Certa, the High Pro air suspension. You got the bellows, the high back, dual armrest. It comes in the black ultra leather. You can win that. $1,800 plus value. Just register again at overnightdriveradio.com. Click on Contest. Plus, they're at the show. If you come by the booth and get registered, you could take home a Bostrom Pro Ride truck seat with the High Pro 915 air suspension, the high back air lumbar dual armrest that also come in the black ultra leather, or the National Seating Corsair, and all these will be on display at our booth there in the North Wing. That's the Corsair truck seat with the High Pro 95 air suspension, dual wide armrests, Raven Wing black and gray ultra leather. All coming your way thanks to our friends at Bostrom and National Seating at the Mid-America Truck Show. So in this country, apparently the Pentagon scrambling to get our weapons manufacturers to ramp up production. The U.S. made Javelin and Stinger missiles so we can replenish the stockpiles that we and our European allies have been pouring into Ukraine to defend themselves against the Russian invasion. The logistics of ramping up production apparently is quite a hurdle. It's not the funding. The government procurement and bidding process, like everything else in government, is a very slow, cumbersome process. Congress has already approved $3.5 billion to the Pentagon this month as part of the $1.5 trillion government spending package. Notably, President Biden's nominee to oversee Pentagon contracts, William LaPlante, has not yet been approved in the Senate. LaPlante told senators yesterday that replenishing the depleted military stockpiles this is a day number one priority as soon as he's confirmed. So far, this is the numbers. The U.S. has reportedly sent about 1,400 Stingers, 4,600 Javelins to the effort, while other countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, using their own stockpiles, along with 200 Stingers from the Netherlands and 500 Stingers from Germany. The production hurdles include supply chain issues for smaller U.S. weapons manufacturers. Plus, you've got to find the rare earth minerals and the electrical components. Last I checked, all those things that we rely so much on, who? China and Taiwan. Not good for a country to be relying on. China's not our friend as much as you'd like to think they are. Not good to be relying on them for the products you need to manufacture your own defense for your country. Now, moving on, ramped up production before official contracts are approved by the government would mean companies could get hammered by Wall Street, they say. The Biden administration does have the Defense Production Act as a kind of a tool to grease the wheels on producing more weapons, which could put those companies ahead of other industries in the United States for supplies and components, like the automakers. If they were to implement the DPA, you're already having issues with chips and things of that nature for the auto industry. Lockheed Martin and Raytheon Technologies. They're the ones that produce the anti-tank Javelin. Raytheon is the one that makes the anti-aircraft Stinger missiles. But the plot thickens every day, about 12 past the hour. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in here for our final hour. Last time to talk to me live before we come your way from Louisville, Kentucky there. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's 844-844-3388. Hey there, Jolly Green.
I had to call back. It seems like I'm not understanding something here. Let me. I need you to clarify something. So, for us to get admission to your booth, we have to bring what was it? Non-alcoholic beer? Is that what I was hearing?
Well, I'll take the alcoholic beer.
No, I said non-alcoholic beer, okay? I can't get alcohol beer. My wife won't let me get that alcohol beer.
Really? She makes you drink.
So I don't think.
What do you drink? Sharps? O'Doul's? What's your preference? O'Doul's?
My preference is Diet Coke. Come on. I don't drink that beer.
Oh.
Heck no. You know?
Well, Sharps and O'Doul's. You don't even know. Sharps and O'Doul's.
I had to bring you some beer so that we could get to your booth here now. We could get you some non-alcoholic Huda-Po. Okay. Would that be good enough?
I didn't know they made it. I know that I said Sharps and O'Doul's. Those are non-alcoholic beer. Taste like beer minus the alcohol.
Huh. Does that sound like that would be good for you? At least you won't be getting drunk while you're on the air.
That's the premise. Yes, that's the idea.
Well, I'll see what we could do. Okay, I'm sure Sex Maniac and I can come up with something, to help you out. I mean, we wouldn't want you to get drunk. Okay. Well, we'll see what we could do, okay? But either way, we will see you Saturday morning, first thing.
We've been forewarned.
So I guarantee.
Thanks.
You have been warned.
All right. I think half the audience would probably rather me be drinking beer all day. See how goofy Steve gets. How many's he had there? 9? He's slurred his words a little bit there. All right. Back to real news, though. Real quick, it's 844-844-3388. Tip of the hat to Kirsty Noem. I like this. I like this girl. I personally think she would be, if not presidential, at least vice presidential category. for the next election. South Dakota's Governor Kristi Noem signing legislation earlier this week that will prevent the instruction of critical race theory in the state's colleges. House Bill 1012 purports to protect students and employees at institutions of higher education from divisive concepts by requiring that institutions of higher education not teach that any race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin is inherently superior or inferior. There is a similar bill that would have applied to primary schools. That was House Bill 1337. Apparently, that was rejected by the Senate Education Committee earlier this month. Anyway, the Republicans' governor's office issued a news release shortly after signing the law, which included a statement from Kirsty. She said, quote, "No student or teacher should have to endorse critical race theory in order to attend, graduate from, or teach at our public universities. College should remain a place where freedom of thought and expression are encouraged, not stifled by political agendas. This session, we also made targeted investments in job training for key career fields like nursing and skilled manufacturing. We want our kids and our grandkids to get the best education possible so they can fill those available jobs right here in South Dakota." She actually signed 11 other education bills into law on Monday, which brings her to 192 signed bills into law and one veto, just one veto, this legislative session. What's going on, Double R?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. How you doing, brother?
Doing well. How about yourself?
We're doing it. I'm tooling across 94 here in Michigan on my way over here to Chicago and grab another SUV and head down to Franklin, Tennessee and get rid of this stuff. And then we're going to hook up the camper and the truck and guess we're going to take off for Louisville.
All right. So you still got the Friday morning appointment?
So if by chance, yeah, she's got the Friday morning appointment, yeah.
Okay.
But we'll take care of that. But if you need a place to hide, I'll have the camper there, buddy.
Okay.
So,
sounds like a plan of escape, right? Where'd Steve go? I don't know. He disappeared with Double R somewhere.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna throw my generator on there and bring it with me. That way I can have some power up to keep our bottles of water cold, So yeah. But anyhow. But I just wanted to throw that out, Steve. I'm not going to take too much of your time here. I just letting you know what I'm doing, and you and Sis be careful going to Louisville, and I guess we'll catch up with you out there. How's that?
All right, give us a quick update. I saw Juanita posted something about Gaylord in the hospital. Is he doing all right? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's got fluid around his heart, and they had to put a what am I thinking here? Pacemaker in.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know. Does that kind of a device, that's something like stents, Steve? I mean, as far as your driving ability, or does that limit your driving? I don't know, and I told her, I said, you better check up on that and make sure, so. But anyhow, that's what's going on with him. So
that's a good.
I didn't say nothing because yeah. Go ahead.
That's a good question. because you've had the issue with heart attack, and you had a couple of stents put in. I know the horse feather said. I think he's got to get on the treadmill every year to renew his medical card. Do you have to do that too?
Yes, I do. I have to do that every year. Yeah, I had the stents put in, and then I had the double bypass surgery, and they took the stents out and pulled a vein out of my leg and replaced the valve, the veins in my heart. And I guess my heart or my veins, or the doctor told me that I got one of my veins growing, it was clogged. Anyhow, I started growing another vein to bypass. I've never heard of that, but
Really?
anyhow, that's what he told me. Yeah, that was weird, but anyhow, that's what's going on. So still out here hitting the pavement and living a dream. So I must be doing something right.
It's good to hear. All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing you here in a couple of days there. Be safe in your travels, all right?
All right, you guys do the same. Thanks a lot, bud.
Thank you. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Now, Doughboy says if you have a pacemaker, you can't drive truck. Then Horsefeather said, I believe the pacemaker's okay to drive with. It's the defib that you can't drive. They make different kinds of pacemakers, right? Some of them, if your heart gets out of sync, it'll actually do that little shock. So I'll do some double checking. But again, Doughboy says, I guess, no go with the pacemaker. Hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Morning, Steve Sommers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation Overnight Drive. Happy Wednesday, coffee up. Happy spring. Here's a couple more days of rain for the Midwest. But ready to head out to Sterling Heights, make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Only 277 days till Christmas. Semper Fi to Truck and Phil this morning. Good to have you on board. Yeah, we know very well. California, highest prices in the country. L.A. has now become the city with the most expensive gasoline in the United States. amid massive inflation and soaring gas prices under Sleepy Joe Biden. Los Angeles is the first major U.S. city to have an average cost per gallon exceeding $6 per gallon, according to Gas Buddy. While gas prices have leveled out in many places, California prices continue to rise because of high gas taxes, energy policy, emissions regulations. According to the report, also Chevron refinery workers in the Bay Area went on strike, forcing the fuel provider to scramble for a replacement workforce. While the policies under the Democrat leadership are driving up cost on the consumer, Democrat state lawmakers are now proposing a $400 gas rebate for state taxpayers in those respective states. I guess the plan would use $9 billion, this is out of California, of the state's budget surplus to cover the 51.5% gas tax for a full year of weekly fill-ups for a car that has a 15-gallon tank. Kind of funny how California has a surplus? Surplus, you say? Hey, you were broke 2 years ago. What happened? Ah, that's right. This whole COVID pandemic came down the pike, and we passed trillions of dollars. Essentially, we took trillions of dollars from the rest of the taxpayers around the country, including those in conservative, Republican-led states, and we redistributed the wealth, and we divvied out billions of dollars to states like California and Illinois, which were, their budgets were in tatters thanks to the Democratic leadership in those states. We bailed them out, and now they're acting like, hey, we've got all kind of extra money. Gotta love the American people, right? Let's check in with Wheelchair Dave this morning. Hey, Dave, what's going on?
Hey, Steve. Well, congratulations on getting ready to go down to the show. I got to tell you, that's just got to be the highlight of the year for you. See all your old friends.
Really looking forward to it. It's always a good time, yeah.
Yeah, place is huge, and now don't you eat too many of those pork sandwiches. I hear those pork sandwiches are really good.
That's the Kentucky pork producers. Yeah, they'll have, of course, they've got the big tent right out front, and then they've got, the booths here and there throughout the place. But yeah, those massive pork chops. Yummy yum.
Hey, now, did you say that you're being inducted to have a Wall of Fame, or you're being inducted? Did I catch that right?
The word is nominated. Nominated. A lot of folks nominated. I said I would not bank on being inducted. First of all, I know my father is nominated as well, and I'm just, my line of thinking is that he would go in before they'd put me in. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. So, well, you'll be able to be able to accept the award there on his behalf. Then, since he's not with us anymore, then they'll be wanting a speech from Steve. Speech.
Right.
Well, anyhow, you guys have a great time. I am looking forward to watching that on the YouTube live there in the booth. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been able to attend it, but I've been following you guys for years and years with that. So everybody have fun, and I hope that I'm able to call in.
All right. Sounds like a plan there, Dave. Thank you so much. You have a great Wednesday, and we'll chat with you maybe sometime Thursday, Friday. Yeah, because they tell me phone lines will be available. And we'll be back following a news break here. And we got 30 minutes left to cover here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You
USA Radio News.
An outspoken critic of Russian President Vladimir Putin will remain behind bars. Lance Pry reports.
Russian President Vladimir Putin's number one critic, Alexei Navalny, was convicted Tuesday of fraud and contempt of court and sentenced to 9 years in a maximum security prison. Alexei is already serving a prison sentence of about 2.5 years for violating parole. All this after he survived a poisoning attempt by Russian security forces in 2020.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address a special NATO summit on Thursday, according to his spokesperson. The summit, in which U.S. President Joe Biden will participate, is to discuss Russia's invasion of Ukraine, NATO countries' support for Kyiv, and the further strengthening of deterrence and defense against Russia. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Not sure if you're aware or not, but there's been a bit of a change in leadership at the Teamsters. Yeah, the incoming Teamsters president says he's ready to take on the challenge of unionizing Amazon. They love to have it. How many employees does Amazon have? Sean O'Brien, who led a Boston union, is going to be took over yesterday, as a matter of fact, for longtime President James Hoffa, who led the union that boasts about 1.4 million members for nearly 23 years. O'Brien aims to use that force to be the first union to organize workers at Amazon's fulfillment centers and sorting hubs, as well as drivers, according to the report from Bloomberg. From a union perspective, we're going to negotiate the strongest contracts in similar industries like UPS and DHL. That's going to be our marketing tool to bring these workers and say, look, this is what you get when you work under a union contract. Right now, Amazon, the second largest private employer right behind Walmart, they have faced efforts by workers to unionize over the past year. The Amazon Labor Union, a group of Amazon workers at a warehouse in Staten Island, did garner enough support for the National Labor Relations Board to approve an election that's going to be taking place here at the end of this month, as a matter of fact. Now, that comes after pro-union organizers lost an election to unionize a warehouse in Alabama last year. However, the retail, wholesale, and department store union did file charges that Amazon interfered in that vote. They did win an appeal to have another election there in Alabama, which I believe right now that is underway. We'll see how that goes, but big plans, right? It is 844-844-3388. And back to the calls here. Hey, Rhonda.
Hey, yeah, when I went through all that heart business last year when they did the heart cath, they said if they told me ahead of time, if they put stents in, I was okay. If they put a pacemaker in, I was not, because you cannot drive a commercial vehicle with a pacemaker, because when it shocks your heart, they're afraid it'll throw you out of sync for a bit and you'll crash.
Okay.
That's just what I got, last summer, early last fall when I went through that. So
Okay, I saw someone else said that a pacemaker's considered to be like artificial life support or something. Is that the way they explained it?
no, they just said when it shocks, the only way they explained it to me is when it shocks your heart back in, that you could jump, not being used to it. I don't know. They just told me that if they put a pacemaker in, I was done.
Gotcha. Well, that would answer the question. So, Yeah, Double R better get a hold of Gaylord. And I mean, if it's a matter of do you want to drive truck or do you want to live? I mean, if they say you have to have a pacemaker, right? Because, I mean, in some cases, if you don't put one in, yeah, your heart ain't going to sink, right?
I'd be curious if he had already had a heart cath, because they told me they may end up putting stents in me when they did the heart cath, and they got in there. They didn't have to do anything. They went through and said, you're good enough to go. Okay. Maybe in 5 or 10 years, but right now you're good enough to go. So they just did the exam and sent me on my merry way. So the doctors may get him all wound up, and, he may be all right. So I hope that that's the case.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. So, see, I'm not real up to speed on the heart, the pacemakers and all that stuff. I thought there were certain, like different kinds. I thought there was the pacemaker that might just automatically keep things going. I know that they've got some that will actually, like she said, do the shock the heart kind of thing. Somebody else. I got an email from One Putt. He said, I have a pacemaker and drive. You get a yearly data reading and adjustments as needed. But he said defib is an automatic disqualification. They don't want that going off while you're driving. That's what Rhonda was just saying. So what's that mean? That if the pacemaker does actually go into the shock your heart kind of mode, then you're going to be disqualified from driving? How do we get in these discussions? I guess I started it because I asked Double R about Gaylord. All right, about 18 before the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. See what's going on with our friends at TNCRadio.live. Here you go. Good morning, Tom. Good to have you with us. You see, you're exactly right, Steve. You said TNCRadio.live will be following the overnight drive scheduled this week. Plus, we'll have live reports in the morning from Captain Kirk, Captain Tom Kirk, and some other live cut-ins during the show there. Coming up here later this morning here, about 20 minutes from now, right after overnight drive on TNCRadio.live, you'll catch last night's TNC Radio Primetime. First, it's Taillights with Larry and Angie Baum from Married to the Road. Now, this week, they'll have stories about making a wrong turn in New York City. Plus, almost coming to blows with an angry driver. And finding great Maine lobster in Maine, of all places. After Married to the Road, it's on to Women Road Warriors this morning with Shelley Johnson and Kathy Tuccaro, continuing their series about human trafficking this week. This week, they'll be interviewing the director and producers of a movie about the world of this horrible practice of human trafficking, which apparently is a whole lot more widespread in this country than most of us ever realized. The name of the film is Red Light. So be sure to stay tuned to TNCRadio.live for that great interview about an important movie in this country. They just had that big roundup. And I haven't brought this up to Philip. He works for that company, as you know, down there, Disney, where I think there were 108 arrested in a human trafficking sting operation there in Florida. 4 of those arrests were actually Disney employees. You never know who you might be working next to that's involved in those sinister kind of things. But there you go. There should be an interesting discussion later this morning. Let's see. I got a follow-up from One Putt. He says, yes, Steve, my pacemakers does not have a defib. St. Jude's model? Okay. So if you've got the device that has the defib capabilities, that's going to disqualify you from driving. David, also, what do you have to say here? Yeah, you can drive with the pacemaker. We had a driver where I worked that had one. I think the ones with The defibrillator would be the one that disqualifies you. There you go. I think we're getting to the nitty-gritty. There's the answer to the question. See. Big Sexy, what you got this morning?
On the pacemaker, there's two different kinds.
Okay.
There's the one that's just a pacemaker, and there's the one that has the defibrillator. I have just a regular pacemaker, and you can drive with a pacemaker, but you can't with a defibrillator.
There you
go. Defibrillator is the one that shocks your heart.
Okay.
When your heart stops beating, it shocks it back to beating.
Okay.
The pacemaker itself just regulates, keeps it at a certain level. It don't. Actually, when I would rest, mine would drop down to say 30 beats a minute, and they wanted to keep it at 70. So that's what the pacemaker does. It does not shock. It's the other one that disqualifies you, the one that shocks you.
Gotcha. I thought there was two different types. Like I said, I'm not all up to speed on it, but I thought that was the case. Okay.
All right, that's what I was calling back for.
Thank you very much. We'll figure it out one way or another, eh? All right, under the industry headlines, the FMCSA has put out a call for volunteers to join a new advisory board intended to help bring more women into the trucking industry and improve working conditions for women truck drivers. This was last week. They announced the launch of the Women of Trucking Advisory Board, WOTAB. The WOTAB will coordinate with trucking companies, nonprofit organizations, and trucking associations to support women in trucking. The board will provide recommendations to the administrator of the FMCSA, as well as the Secretary of Transportation, as well as tackle many areas, including evaluating some of the barriers and the trends that impact women in trucking across the country and ways to support women who might pursue careers in trucking, looking to identify opportunities to expand the roles for women and increase the number of women in the industry, advising on policies that provide education, training, mentorship, or outreach to women in trucking, and reviewing opportunities to enhance safety, training, mentorship, and education for women in the trucking industry. Looks like this board will include at least 8 members from various backgrounds, including women representing small, mid-sized, and large trucking companies, nonprofit organizations in the trucking industry, some of the trucking business associations, independent owner-operators and professional truck drivers, and institution of higher education or trucking trade schools. I guess they're taking people that are interested. They're taking applications right now. You've got till April the 8th of this year, a couple weeks left, to get those applications in at the FMCSA's website, fmcsa.dot.gov. Women in Trucking Advisory Board. And we'll be back after this. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
That little tidbit about the Women in Trucking Advisory Board struck a nerve with Gwen. She said, "It always pisses me off so bad that I can't even see straight to see this division game. Women and men. I guess if you're a driver, you're a driver. If it benefits a truck driver, it will benefit both men and women. Why do they have to make it sound like everything's got to be different, I guess she's saying? She said, I went solo back in the 90s when me, climbing out of my rig, still would turn some heads, you know. Women behind the wheel are nothing new today. And most of the drivers I've met don't think anything of it. Hey, there you go. Thank you much, Gwen. Let me jump back up here. Somebody was asking about, Steve, are you going to be selling, like you're going to have T-shirts, hats, and whatnot at the booth there in Louisville? That is the plan. As long as Kyle was able to get the order in. A couple of weeks ago, I was on the website. I was checking out the T-shirts and whatnot. Hell, there weren't very many left in stock. They were sold out of large. I think they had no double X. They had a couple of 3X, and I think they were out of small, unless you got an order in. Hats, there were only a dozen or two of the hats left. If you got the order in, we'll have plenty to go around. If not, we may be out of those on day number 1. And yes, Hot Shot Secret will have product. I'm sure I would assume they'll have their T-shirts, sweatshirts, and all kinds of swag there at the Hot Shot Secret booth. Let's see, back to the falls. Phone calls here, real quick. Is it Billy Bob?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Y'all have a safe trip and enjoy yourself at the truck show. But I want to comment on 3 of your characters, cartoon characters.
Okay.
Reason you got so many people not coming to your that's selling out on you is Gilligan with his apparel that he has got everybody dressed up for. The truth has came out. They're gonna wear one of the propeller hats with a Bubba J T-shirt. That's why they're bailing out. They don't want to be caught with none of that stuff on. Big Ed. I'm glad he didn't get hurt no worse than he did. But really, all that is makeup. I found out who Godzilla was. That's Roseanne McDonald.
Oh boy.
That's his woman, and that's why he's all made up the way he is. And back there, Bob, when he calls, is he on the throne? He's always,
That's Dimebag Danny. Yeah, he sounds like he kind of trying to squeeze one off, right? I know what you mean. Oh boy, the cast of characters. Going back I guess it's been 8 or 10 years ago. Hell, time flies when you're having. There were some cast of characters that actually had their aluminum hats on. Double R, yes, sir. Thanks for dialing us back up.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call again, Steve. To answer Rhonda's question, no, they did not do a heart cath. when he went into the hospital, they were talking about putting a defibrillator in him, and then they changed it to a pacemaker. So that's why I was asking that question.
Okay.
And, as far as getting a shock, I mean, my theory is, hell, we drive up and down these roads and dealing with these idiots. Hell, that's a big shock anyhow,
Yep, right.
So I wouldn't see why that would cause a big stir-up. I don't know, but from my understanding, I'm thinking it's the doctor's discretion. I mean, I've had friends in Florida that's had a stent put in, and the doctor told them, "You're not driving, you're done." And I've had stents put in, and I was able to drive, and I don't know. I mean, it's crazy how this medical stuff works. But anyhow, there's my 2 cents. So we'll let you go and let you get ready to head over to Louisville. So you be careful, and we'll see you over there.
All right. Again, thank you much. So we learn something new every day, right? That's the name of the game. Yeah, so we will close things out here on a Wednesday morning, which, I don't know, it almost feels kind of like a Friday to me. But the transition will be heading down to Louisville, coming your way live again from the noon Eastern time to 5 Eastern. Noon to 5 Thursday and Friday. We'll fire things up at 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. Saturday. We'll be in the North Wing, booth number 16067. Looking forward to a lot of great interviews, a lot of things about the industry that we'll be talking about. Should be very informative, educational, and yes, even entertaining at times. Can't wait to get the live rendition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive from the Big Moose live in Louisville. Strumming that guitar. I'm not sure if he's going to lug his accordion down there or not, but who knows? You never can tell. So if we don't see you there in Louisville, we'll catch you on the radio, Facebook, YouTube, overnightdriveradio.com, tncradio.live, and back with you live from the secret bunker, not Sunday night, Monday morning, but Monday night, Tuesday morning of next week. We'll see you then. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.